We're starting our planning board meeting. The first item is adoption of resolutions, 1A. There's one this morning, PLD Lot 25 redevelopment sketch plan number 320240070, MCPB number 24-056. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The next is, we have two record plats for approval this morning. The first is subdivision plat number 220210830, Garrett Park, Academy of the Holy Cross, where staff is recommending approval. And the second is subdivision plat number 220221060, 220221070, and 220230330, and 220230350 Bloom, Montgomery. Yes, okay, one second.
Yeah. Stephen Smith, for the record, IRC Division. I don't think we're looking at the right agenda for those
Well, let me
plots.
just see. Oh, so you're on the PSTA.
We should be doing the PSTAs in Glen Vista
Okay,
today.
well, let me look at the different one here. Yeah.
Thanks.
But other than that, no, you're
Yeah,
good?
other than that,
Oh, this-
the
yeah,
recommendation stands.
Okay, all
We're
right,
on
so,
the old- we're on-
yep, so I see the first one is subdivision plat 220240340.
Yep.
220240450, and 220240460, and 220240470, PSTA.
Oh, yeah, we got wrong.
Your staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve those the PSTA subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye, the ayes have it. The
Hey, there's someone,
I'm sorry.
can you all identify yourselves? I'm not sure who you are.
Yeah, for the record, I'm Jay Beatty with the IRC Division. There's also the Glen Vista.
Yeah, the Glen Vista, yeah, the
Yeah.
subdivision plat number 220240970.
And then the gentleman in the
Yes.
orange
Yeah,
sweater.
Stephen Smith from the IRC Division.
Okay.
Yeah, so, sorry about the confusion this morning. Do I have a motion for approval of the Glen Vista subdivision plat?
Move that we approve the Glen Vista subdivision plat.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you for that. So now we're going to go into regulatory extension requests. We have one this morning. It's the Colville Gardens one. It's administrative subdivision plan number 620230160. Regulatory extension request number 2. Request to extend the review period from June 6, 2024 to October 6, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the extension request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Bartley? you-
Aye.
Okay, and the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. The next is item number 4, roundtable discussion from the Parks Director, Ms. Mitty Figueredo. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. So you can see here from this opening slide that we held our Mudfest event this last Saturday over at Woodstock Equestrian Park. We had over 800 attendees of all ages. Apparently, none of them are very concerned with the interiors of their cars after the event, but they had a great time. We had a mudslide, there was a mud kitchen, people were wallowing, as you can see, in mud ponds, and just generally getting really, really dirty. We had some good coverage in the Washington Post about the event that quoted Katrina Faust, who is one of our naturalists at Black Hill Discovery Center, which puts together the event.
So do you have shower that people can take shower after?
I asked this question, and apparently there is some kind of, I think a tank comes in, a tank, like a truck with water, and you can hose off, but I refuse to believe that it is sufficient.
But still, they need something to get back in the
people,
car.
they need something, maybe a tarp. People have a good time,
Those
what can I
plastic
say?
things you throw down when you paint, that would be good.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
fine.
Yeah. So as you all recall, back in January, the Montgomery County Council approved a plan to reconfigure a roughly half-mile section of Little Falls Parkway between Arlington Road and Dorset Avenue to reduce the parkway from 4 lanes with a median in the middle to 2 lanes with a median in the middle, and adding a new buffered bike lane, turn lanes, and other safety improvements. After the council's approval, the project was referred to the National Capital Planning Commission, the NCPC, for review, as is required for land that is acquired with Capper-Crampton funds. The Capper-Crampton Act, many of you may know, dates back to 1930. It was a piece of federal legislation that was used to acquire land in Stream Valley Parks in DC and Maryland, and under the act, the NCPC's role is to determine whether the change in use proposed here is consistent with park uses, and their analysis focuses on things like trails, improved safety, enhanced park access, and improved environmental quality, particularly water quality. So on March 12th, the NCPC held a 2-hour online public scoping meeting to explain the role and their review role and the process and answer questions. People submitted written questions that were answered by both NCPC and park staff. Now, as of June 18th, the 30-day comment period has kicked off from June 18th to July 18th, and people can submit comments online. We expect after that the NCPC will hold a meeting perhaps in September and review and approve this project. This past Tuesday evening, we held our 3rd public meeting that had 97 attendees, where we shared concepts for the planned park that will be located on what are currently 2 parking lots near the Bethesda Farm Women's Market in downtown Bethesda. These parks will be created as part of a redevelopment project that will deliver housing, an underground parking garage, and of course, the park. It's being done in sort of a public-private partnership between the private developers, EYA and Bernstein, the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, the town of Chevy Chase, which is contributing funds to the park, and of course, Montgomery Parks. The next step is that we will continue advancing design for the park so that ultimately the developer can move forward with a site plan application when they're ready to do that, potentially this fall.
Can I ask you a question? So the cost of the park is with the capital improvement, correct?
Yes, it is in the CIP.
Okay. And then the section that is to the east of Leland Street, is that part of the same development, or is it a separate development to the right, all the way to the right?
All the way to the right. Do you mean, are you looking at?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that is part of the same development. That is part of the same park. It's on Lot 10. That's a currently a DOT surface parking lot.
Oh, okay.
And
So we
both
get all of those to be added to the park, and then the development would create enough parking to replace the parking lots.
Yes, DOT and the developer worked out an agreement for replacement of the parking.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the annual Park Police Community Day was held Sunday, June 8th at Hillendale Local Park. About 500 attendees came to the event and connected with Park Police, had a lot of fun. There were horse and canine demos and music. Our mobile nature center was out there. There was a food truck. And there were representatives from multiple regional public safety agencies, including Prince George's Park Police, the Montgomery County Police Department, Montgomery County Fire and Rescue, Tacoma Police, the county's rec department, and community representatives from the Hillendale Civic Association. At the event, Chief McSwain presented a Park Police Challenge coin to J.J. Green in recognition of his partnership with Park Police over the last couple of years. Mr. Green's coordinated events with the Park Police and County Police on behalf of the Hillendale community. And he recently even provided pizza over at Saddlebrook headquarters for Park Police as a gesture of appreciation for their work with the community there. So Montgomery Parks has 2 outdoor hockey inline skating rinks sponsored by the Washington Capitals. Those are at Dewey and at Ridge Road. The Capitals launched a summer program. They're going to have 7 clinics for kids between the ages of 5 and 17 to provide some free access to the game for those who have never participated in the sport. The participants are going to borrow the necessary protective equipment and learn the basics of hockey, and at the end, they will receive a hockey stick and ball to take home following the event. Because we want to encourage their continued participation in the sport. And I mentioned at the last director's report the opening of the Wheaton Regional Park Gravity mountain biking park. And we have actually set the date. It's Sunday, July 17th, at 11 a.m. So we'll remind you so you can all put that on your calendars. This is one of the first projects to come out of the Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan update. It's going to have 2 downhill courses. It's called a gravity bike park because you go to the top of it. There are 2 courses. It's for people with kind of moderate mountain biking skills. And you let gravity take you down the trail. And there are jumps and rollers and curves and a lot of things to make it fun and exciting. And when you get to the bottom, you can ride your bike back up and do it again. So in the center there, you can see some of our trail ambassadors who were working at the bike park helping get it ready. And this is an aerial photograph of Brookside Gardens' recently renovated rose garden. It was completed earlier this month. It features over 200 roses, and there's a bloom time from May all the way to November. Just want to thank the staff that were involved in the redesign, the students from Blair High School who helped remove the existing plantings, and the Friends of Brookside Garden for their generous gift, which made the renovation possible. And before I wrap it up, I want to mention that, of course, yesterday was Juneteenth. It was a holiday. In Parks, we celebrated it with several events. We had events at Josiah Henson, at Woodlawn Manor, and of course, the event that we host in partnership with the Scotland community at Cabin John Regional Park. This is the second year. It is quite a large event. I think it's really taken off incredibly well. It's a lot of work. The community puts their heart and soul into putting it together, and the Parks Department puts in a lot of work to make it happen as well. It was just yesterday, so I don't have pictures to share with you yet, but I'm sure I'll have more details for you next time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Figueredo. It's interesting. Thank you for letting us know the process for getting the proposed Little Falls Parkway changes approved. That's sounds like it's very methodical, and thank you for keeping us in the loop. And it looks like the Bethesda Women's Market project is going to be wonderful. So we look forward to that, and getting the youth involved in the hockey and inline sports is just really important to start them young and get them interested. And then the rose garden looks beautiful. So thank you for all the hard work you do.
Thank you.
So are they a challenge you to go to the Mud Festival?
The mud
If you go there, I go with you.
yeah.
Next year.
Next year.
Next
We'll make
year
sure
I
there are
challenge you.
pictures.
Yeah. And I did attend one of the Juneteenth celebrations yesterday at Cabin John, and when I was arriving, the 5K walk run was finishing, and so it was wonderful. Lots of music, a lot of booths there showcasing vendors, also showcasing health activities that could be people can participate in. So wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for Parks for sponsoring that. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? So do we need to take a 1-minute break for going to the next? So we're going to take a 1-minute break, and then we'll start with item number 5, 2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, work session number 4. Thank you. Good morning. It's June 20th, and we're on item number 5, the 2024 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update, work session number 4. Impact taxes continued, schools and transportation, outstanding topics that we're going to catch up on, where staff is recommending provide policy direction to the planning department staff. This morning, we have Darcy Buckley leading this discussion online this morning. Welcome, Darcy, and we look forward to getting through the work session number 4.
Great, thank you so much. I'm Darcy Buckley, for the record, with Countywide Planning and Policy. I'm sorry I can't be there with you all in person today. This is our 4th work session for the 2024 update. And today we're going to revisit some topics for transportation. The staff packet also included schools items, but we will address those at next week's work session instead. Dive right into transportation. Our first topic is about transportation policy areas. As you all know, the GIP defines context-based geographies that are known as transportation policy areas. They are then, for transportation purposes, they are given one of four categories: red, which are our downtowns generally; orange are town centers and other corridor-focused growth areas; yellow are our lower density areas with residential neighborhoods and community serving commercial areas; and green is the county's ag reserve and our rural areas. Recommendation 3.1 is to update the policy areas to support the county's goals. In order to do that, we have recommended creating 3 new red policy areas. The first is the Great Seneca Life Science Center. Next is Rock Spring area. And third is what we're now calling downtown White Oak. In the public hearing draft, we referred to this area as White Oak Village and Center, but we are now recommending actually to call it downtown White Oak to match the names of our other downtown areas. We're also recommending extending the orange designation to include some corridor-focused growth areas along our major corridors, including Aspen Hill, Germantown East and West, Montgomery Village, Only Town Center, Fairland Briggs Cheney, and Clarksburg East area. And finally, we're recommending changing Damascus from a green policy area to a yellow policy area to reflect existing conditions and to signal that there's an existing density there and that some limited growth there is still desired. During the June 6th Planning Board work session, the Planning Board expressed support for the proposed policy area designations, but asked planning staff to revisit this topic with detailed maps of the White Oak, particularly with labeled streets. Here is the White Oak area. You can see the northeasternly portion is the area we're recommending for the red policy designation, which we're calling downtown White Oak. And the southwesternly portion will retain the name White Oak Policy Area. And we're recommending that to retain its orange policy area as a town center. We base this designation in large part on our complete street area types. These area types have targeted the downtown White Oak area as a downtown, and as well as designated these areas, which are denoted with the blue stripe, as town centers. So you can see that the White Oak policy area includes both these town centers and some of the close by surrounding suburban areas. So planning staff recommends supporting the designations that are shown in the public hearing draft and to use downtown White Oak for the policy area that's currently referred to as White Oak Village and Center in the public hearing draft. I do want to note that we received testimony from, or at least received a letter from Haley Peckett of MCDOT yesterday, and the letter reiterated the department's stance that it opposes many of these policy area classifications. MCDOT notes that the majority of the projected losses in impact tax revenue, which finance department estimates to be about 2.3 million, are due to the changes in policy area classification. And staff response to that is just to acknowledge that these recommendations may reduce impact taxes, but by reducing this one-time fee, we may also see more of the development that we want to see in the places we want to see it. And we just reiterate that these designations reflect the vision for future development, and that aligning the GIP with our plan vision really increases the likelihood of achieving it and seeing it come to fruition.
Can I ask you a question here?
Please.
Okay. I understand that when you change to the red, it's going to be waived for the impact tax. Could you refresh my memory, at least I don't know about others, that are they also exempt for doing LATR, or what are the other changes if we put them in the red area?
So the red policy areas still pay impact taxes. They just pay at a lower rate than orange or yellow and green, but they still have impact taxes, just a
Okay.
reduced rate. The other implication is for transportation management districts. There's which we call TDM legislation, which only applies to transportation management districts. But if a transportation management district were created in a red policy area, they would be expected to there's just kind of more things that the employer needs to do to make sure that many of its employees are not driving to work by themselves. So they need to provide supports for alternate types of commutes.
Okay, but they still have to do the LATR and traffic impact mitigations.
So for red policy areas, do not have to do the traffic. They don't have to do the motor vehicle impact study or mitigation, but they do have to do all of the non-motor studies. So still doing the pedestrian, bike, etc.
So how do we mitigate the impact of traffic, if any? You know, if it's a large development comes there, that still they're going to impact the traffic. How do we account for that?
So as part of the last GIP, the decision was made by the county, because these are downtown areas and they're places where we want to prioritize pedestrian and bike movements. And that's often in conflict with prioritizing movement of cars. So the idea is to kind of accept a higher level of congestion and to not focus on the fast movement of autos, and to instead focus on making sure it's a place where people can walk and bike, because they're often at odds. However, I'll note that access is a different issue. Every site still needs to provide site access, and that may mean that they're required to put in that they might be required to put in a traffic light, for example.
Has it worked? We just allow, say, okay, we don't want traffic, so let the traffic be so much that people just reduce traffic. It looks like that's what we are doing. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's. It's more that there's not much we can do in terms of, like, we can't widen the lane. We're limited in terms of the type of mitigation that we're able to do. But this is what we're doing in Bethesda. It's what we've been doing in red policy areas for the past 4 years.
Can I just say one thing? If you're okay.
The other thing that I had, could you explain a little bit more about this TMD? I had not heard that. You called it Transportation Management District. What does that mean in general, and how is it defined?
I think, so transportation management districts, we have, I believe, 6 right now in the county. And in those, I think Sandy Brecker is there from MCDOT if she wants to describe them, that she runs.
Okay, yeah,
that.
just
If I could
how
for
it
a
is.
moment, David Ansbacher,
Okay.
I believe the TMD issue that was raised in MCDOT's letter is more about a subsequent recommendation that Darcy will get to on non-auto driver mode share. If you do want to talk about TMDs right now, we can.
I
but-
just want to know what it means and what is the purpose of this TMD. I had not heard about it, and then we could discuss the other things. But right now, I don't know what is TMD and why it was created for what purpose.
The purpose is in order to support employers in order to offer non-auto driving commutes. So business employers in TMDs have to participate in the TMD program, and there are certain requirements depending on how large the company is.
So this is Sandy Brecker. I'm Chief of Commuter Services in the Department of Transportation, Office of Transportation Policy. So just let me try to briefly summarize what a Transportation Management District, or a TMD, is. It's a little confusing because we also call this whole effort TDM, which is Transportation Demand Management, which I often joke is not tedious. It is TDM. But we created in the county, now we have 6 transportation management districts. These are created by council resolution. And the first one, the oldest one, is downtown Silver Spring. And then building on that, we have one in Friendship Heights, we have Bethesda, North Bethesda, Greater Shady Grove, and White Oak is our newest one. The reason for the transportation management districts is to get people out of their single occupant vehicles. It originally started with just the trip to work by employees. Okay, so employees commuting into those areas was the primary focus of it. Now it has expanded, and we also try to measure residents commuting out to their jobs, residents who live in the TMD commuting out to their jobs. And we focus on the peak period. And we do commuter surveys every other year to try to track how we're doing. But there have been goals set for each transportation management district. And then subsequently, there have been master plans that have addressed portions of transportation management districts, and I think that's something that, as David was referring to, we'll probably get to a little bit later. But the whole purpose is to try to reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality, address our climate change goals, and, noise. There are some other factors that are in the code. So these are all created under the code by resolution.
So could you just give some example of the mitigation that this TMD done? Is it like that they encourage carpooling, or they
Yes.
provide subsidy for people, or they
All
give
of the above,
grants?
yes.
So
Anything,
okay.
right, anything that we can do to incentivize people, and in some cases disincentivize people, to drive alone to work, either driving into that area or driving out, we are doing. So yes, transit is a huge underpinning for that, and we do offer programs. We have a fair share program where we partner with employers in those areas. We work with developers from the ground up when they are planning their development to try to incorporate TDM types of measures into that development, to the extent we can do that with physical elements or programmatic elements, et
So you
cetera.
have some funding to distribute?
Yes, we do have some funding. Yes, there's a budget element item.
Okay, so why don't we,
Sure.
we're spending, it's good that we're doing this, but we need to also move, so but if you have either
Great.
related to this or move on to the next one, but let me just say this, it sounds like there's some mitigating pieces here that, that address what the vice chair said, and I believe that this Viva White Oak area, the county's really trying to jumpstart that area. And so, and I think we're on the cusp here of getting some projects coming in soon. So I'm fine with the recommendation that Ms. Buckley had about calling one the downtown and the other, making that the red area, and the other one keeping that as orange. And so if that was the item you're on, let's if the board's okay with that, let's move on to the next. And then we can come, if there are more questions you have on that, we can come back to that, okay? So.
Great, thank you. So recommendation 3.9 is to allow fee in lieu funds to be spent in both the subject policy area and adjacent policy areas. Under the current policy, this option is allowed for red policy areas and orange town center policy areas. The idea here is to expand it to allow it for all types of policy areas. The goal of the recommendation is to provide more flexibility for MCDOT in terms of using small mitigation payments more effectively. So it's the county's strong preference to require developers to construct improvements, and it only collects these fees when construction is infeasible. When mitigation payments are necessary, MCDOT prioritizes directing the payments towards partially funded capital projects within the subject policy area. However, because of the unpredictable timing of the payment collection, sometimes it can be a challenge to find an appropriate project. During our planning board work session on June 6th, the planning board supported this recommendation, but asked planning staff to explore the option of including language prioritizing using collected fees in an equity focus area. Planning staff really appreciates the desire to spend the funds in equity focus areas, but really the best way to do this is by programming and funding capital projects in EFAs through the capital budget process. The goal of this recommendation is to provide MCDOT with more flexibility to use these small mitigation payments more effectively, and adding new restrictions to it is counterproductive. So with that in mind, planning staff recommends supporting the recommendation as it appears in the public hearing draft and adding language to our report that really discusses the importance of having these appropriate capital projects in EFAs so that they can receive funds from mitigation payments.
I'm okay with that. I thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, I'm not okay with it, but I'm not going to argue the point. So.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Recommendation 3.11 is to expand the current offsite mitigation exemption for affordable housing units. Today, an exemption is allowed for mitigation payments, and this is to expand it to also allow an exemption for affordable units for the exemption to include constructed improvements as well. During the work session on June 6th, the planning board supported the recommendation as it appears in the public hearing draft, but the board asked planning staff to come back and revisit the topic with more information and recommendations on some options to expand the exemption that were presented through public testimony. Multiple options to further expand this exemption were presented. I've summarized them here. The first one is to for each deeply affordable unit, which would mean a unit that's made affordable for people making less than 50% of the average median income, to for each deeply affordable to exempt an additional market rate unit. So that would be like a 1 for 2 exemption. If you have one deeply affordable, you would also you would be exempted from, you wouldn't pay for that unit, and you also wouldn't pay for one of the market rate units. Option 2 is to exempt all units, both affordable and market rate, for projects with some minimum of affordable units. Multiple percentages were recommended between 25 and 50%. And the third option is to exempt mixed income housing community projects, both the affordable and the market rate units, from LATR requirements. And it's this one, the third option, that planning staff supports. As a reminder, mixed income housing communities were created in 2023 through a ZTA, the goal of which was to incentivize the development of affordable and deeply affordable housing. This land use type combines a high percentage of affordable housing, usually between 30 and 50%, with deeper levels of affordability, typically 30 to 60% AMI, in order to create housing that is affordable to more people with lower incomes. They are a minimum of 150,000 square feet of new multifamily residential, and they go through an expedited review and approval process, the goal being to build the buildings quickly. So want to mention that we received numerous letters in support of this type of expansion, which we shared with the board on the June 6th. In a letter we received yesterday, MCDOT reiterated earlier testimony, noting that there are fiscal consequences for all decisions, and that although it can't estimate what the exact fiscal impact of this would be, that it would probably result in a loss of revenues. So planning staff really generally supports exempting affordable housing components from LATR construction and payment at a 1-to-1 ratio. But the unique nature of mixed income housing community projects, which combine both the high level of affordable housing with this deep affordability, make them a really good candidate for a full LATR exemption. So we recommend support that the planning board supports proposal 3, which would exempt mixed income housing from LATR requirements.
Can I ask a clarifying question about those mixed income projects?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand if we would, either existing in code, or if we would propose a threshold for each of the categories, or maybe cumulatively. Because I'm also trying to understand a little bit more of the difference between options 2 and 3. And I guess one of those differences is potential for deeper affordability. But it looks like option 2 would look at some threshold But does option 3 also have kind of a defined threshold, or is that something we would work out later?
Sure. So the mix.
So-
Sorry, Darcy, do you want to answer?
No, please, Lisa.
Okay. All right. For Lisa Gavoni for the record. So the mixed income housing communities, if you'll remember, has 4 thresholds for meeting the criteria for mixed income housing communities. So they align with existing programs and policies, the HOC Production Fund, the Buy Right Pilot, and then the 9% LIHTC, and then there's another one that kind of combines them all. So I can quickly share each of the proposals, but Ms. Buckley has also summarized them on the screen, but they're already existing thresholds.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's helpful. I was also wondering if there's, in terms of just the percentage of total units that would need to be, would it be the entire project is affordable, or it would sort of be, some threshold of a share of the units themselves that.
So for the 4 thresholds, they're not 100% affordable. Certainly there is like that 9% LIHTC catch-all where sometimes they are 100% affordable. What the mixed income housing community is trying to create some flexibility, but generally it's 30 to 50% of the units are affordable for the mixed income housing community.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay, I see, sorry. That's what 30 to 50 referred to here. I thought that was still referring to, sorry, I think I was just misreading the slide. Yeah, that makes sense, thanks.
Yeah, so I would recommend the third because it is for projects that are deeply affordable and a significant number of units. And so I think it catches everything, and then most likely it'll be the primarily these nonprofits doing it, this projects that have that much affordability anyway. So I would recommend proposal number 3. Yeah.
I'm good with that. The only concern that I have, I'm fine with it, and I think we should do it, but we should find a way. I'm concerned about the equity of GIP, because when these red areas, they get LATR exemptions, or they get other exemptions of site improvements or other things, how do we make sure that there is not an inequity in regard to having adequate public facilities? We just have, I'm not suggesting in any way, I think this is a good way to go. We have to go this way to bring projects, okay? But then there are some unintended consequences that we have to look into and see that how those could be mitigated because of the waivers or other requirement that they are not going to do, make sure that they have adequate public facilities.
Yeah, this is a concern that we've heard a number of times. We've heard it from our colleagues at MCDOT and others. I think there's a couple of different types of equities that we're trying to deal with here, right? There's a housing affordability equity, and there's an adequate public facilities equity. We're trying to strike a balance here. We certainly acknowledge that there could be some gaps in adequate public facilities. We've committed to continuing to talk with our colleagues at MCDOT and in the executive branch in general to help try to find ways to fund sort of the gaps in the infrastructure that would be provided. But you're right, there could be some gaps in adequate public facilities until they are funded by other sources.
So we talked about priorities, and these are great points you brought up, Vice Chair. That being said, and we also talked about the this significant shortage of housing, especially affordable housing. So we talked in the GIP. We're going to go try to reevaluate it regularly, and once we are on the road to meeting our housing requirements, we can maybe the next growth and infrastructure policy will change a little bit. That focuses more on, some of these we may not have to have as much exemptions for these things. So I would recommend that. It's a good point, but we're trying to fight another battle now, which is the housing battle, and so we need to put all our energy, I feel, into that, and then we can pivot later.
Yeah, I just say that we have to acknowledge it
Yes.
and keep an eye on it and say that how we could, mitigate it, because as much as we want housing, we want quality of life also. That's important. Or else after a few years, it's not going to really solve our problem if there is no quality of life.
Yeah, I agree that I think it's a trade-off worth making at this point. I also agree it's something maybe we should monitor to see how many of these projects kind of come through under this designation, as the chair mentioned. But I think we should also keep in mind that, you know, LATR is sort of one component, but there's still going to be required to do frontage improvements. They're still going to be required, depending upon where they are, to sort of design to certain standards associated with that area. So I think there's other ways that these projects can meet high-quality standards, even if off-site improvements may not get built to the extent that other developments do. But to David's point, you know, maybe there's, you know, ideally a lot of these things should be capital projects. And I know the timing of those is hard, and it's also hard to line them up with where developments come in all the time. But it's a much harder, longer, complicated situation that involves, you know, other revenues. It kind of comes back to, I think, what we talked about in part before. So I think it's a good trade-off for 4 years, and then we can come back and see where we are.
Yeah, and these would be deeply affordable projects that would be knife's edge on whether or not they're going to be financially capable of doing them, particularly if it's that deeply affordable. Like, they need all the help they can get, and that benefit of the housing far, far outweighs this LATR charge by leaps and bounds. And there's nothing to say that you can't budget equitably for the rest of the money that goes to transportation. That's not within our thing. But like, for something that's deeply affordable and this close to the financial edge, it makes a ton of sense.
Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I just want to also distinguish between, I think that some of the points that have been made are really important, but also distinguish between what is proposed here and what we have in our red policy areas. In red policy areas, we've only exempted the motor vehicle tests. So applicants there are still required to do the multimodal tests. But in this case, what we're doing, you know, this would be the full exemption for projects that qualify for this plan. And, you know, these are costly tests, and this is something that will make these projects feasible, help make them feasible.
I
next
totally
recommendation-
understand and agree. Just wanted to keep our eyes on it. I understand. Thank you.
So our next recommendation is recommendation 3.15, non-auto driver mode share goals for new policy areas and for other areas without goals. And to also update the list of NADMS goals to reflect recently adopted master plans. Many master plans include their own goals for their respective planning or policy areas. But for areas that don't have goals, starting about 4 years ago, the GIP was asked to include those goals. The main purpose of this recommendation is to include goals that were inadvertently left out of the 2020 update and to establish goals for new policy areas. In 2020, the way that planning established these goals for areas that didn't have them was to add 5% to the existing NADMS rate using the data compiled from the American Community Survey 2019 5-year estimates. In maybe a typical process, we would use more recent 5-year data, but considering the COVID pandemic's impact on travel trends, planning staff used the same data set for this update rather than relying on the more recent 5-year data. Planning staff recommends that during the 2028 update process that we do a more thorough review and potential overhaul of all NADMS goals. MCDOT testified at the public hearing that it supports the establishment of these goals, but requested more information so they better understood the calculations and methodology behind it. Planning staff met with MCDOT on June 12th, and we went over the goals and the calculation, and MCDOT expressed support for the goals, as well as the recommendation to revisit all of the goals during the next update. In a letter that MCDOT sent yesterday, they just asked a follow-up question, which was why for policy areas that contained a TMD, why did we have different goals for areas outside of that were in the policy area but not within the TMD? And the answer is the TMDs are set by this council resolution and legislation, and they have their own programs and ways to meet those goals. Whereas the areas that's not part of the TMD, we've used the same method that we did for other parts of the county. So to review the goals that we're updating, the first one are just goals that were already updated as part of the master planning process. That includes Fairland and Briggs Cheney, the Silver Spring Commercial Business District, and Shady Grove. And these new goals in blue were set through the master planning process. Next, we created goals for new policy areas. And we did that by taking the existing goals they had and splitting them out proportionally, looking at what the current rates are and then where the population split was happening between those two areas that we split out. So we did that for Clarksburg East and West, for Colesville, which used to be part of the Fairland and Colesville area, and for Olney Town Center, which was formerly part of Olney.
So why Clarksburg West was reduced from 25 to 18?
Clarksburg West has significantly less population than Clarksburg East does. It also has less development and fewer commercial areas. So if you were to add these together, they would still average 25% together. We kind of did a proportional average of commuter trends and where the population was.
Just to clarify, just to repeat, I think what one of the things Darcy said, if you average Clarksburg East and Clarksburg West as a weighted average, the 26% and the 18%, the weighted average is 25%. So that's reflecting that the population in Clarksburg East is a lot greater than the population in Clarksburg West.
And finally, we created goals for areas that did not have goals. Most of these were small portions or entire policy areas that were just inadvertently left out of the 2020 update. And these were created by taking the American Commuter Survey data and adding 5% to it. Planning staff recommends supporting the goals as shown in the public hearing draft. We also recommend adding language to the report that explains the methodology and that proposes a more thorough review and potential overhaul of these goals as part of the 2028 update process. So that is the end of our recommendations that we're going to cover today. I'm happy to go back and discuss more of them, but I'll just run through next steps first, just to note that we have another work session coming up next week. And at that time, we will return to outstanding topics for transportation, schools, and impact taxes. And then we'll be back on July 18th with track changes and final edits. And we'll ask the planning board to approve the draft either then or on July 28th. And we will transmit the planning board draft to county council by August 1st as required by the code.
Well, Ms. Buckley, you had mentioned that MCDOT is here that they, based on what we talked about, the non-modal, automodal share piece, did you have any other questions or anything before we end this session?
Hi, thank you very much. Haley Peckett, Deputy Director for MCDOT for Policy and Planning. I will just clarify quickly. Thank you. The explanation was very helpful. I wanted to acknowledge two things. We do agree with the approach in terms of the way that planning used some best available data in an uncertain time, and that these goals can make sense for the immediacy. But there's a couple things to point out in terms of the way that the TMD versus non-TMD parts within a same policy area can be confusing and difficult to implement. So we've asked to work with planning on clarity around what these boundaries are and how the different goals were set, so that as we work with employers and residents in those areas, we have all the tools that we need to be able to implement those, and that we can make sure that those things are clear. And we also asked planning if within the next 2 years, before the next update, we can look more holistically at what types of data we're using and how we're making these definitions. For the time being, these sub-areas may make sense and be logical, but the smaller our areas get, the harder it is for us to survey and actually use data to be able to achieve the mode split for these areas.
Well, great, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank
it. Okay, please go ahead, Ms. Buckley.
Okay, and then that is the conclusion.
Okay. Great, what a fitting end. Yes, so if any questions or comments from the board? If none, this session is ended, this item, and we'll take a 5-minute break and start with item number 9, fiscal year 25, annual school tests and school utilization report. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, fiscal year 25, annual school tests and school utilization report, where staff is recommending planning board approval. Ms. Beck is here this morning to take us through this item. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Good morning. For the record, Jesus Beck, Countywide Planning and Policy. I'll be presenting the results of the FY 2025 annual school test with some supplemental information from the school utilization report, which helps us understand the overall countywide context regarding adequate public school facilities. So the order of today's presentation will be a very brief overview of the guidelines, annual school test guidelines that dictate how the test is supposed to be performed, the results of the FY 2025 annual school test, a summary of the approved FY 2025 through 2030 MCPS CIP as it relates to this test, some key findings from the school utilization report, and a recommended motion from staff to certify the results. First, to help transition out of the previous GIP work session mode, I'd like to remind the board that this test is governed by the 2020 GIP that's currently in effect, and the parameters have been set and approved by the previous board under the annual school test guidelines version 1.0 that was approved on December 17th, 2020. So a couple of refreshers from the annual school test guidelines. Since we've gone over this multiple times, I've really briefed it down to just a couple points. So planning does not produce our own projections, but uses MCPS's official CIP projections that is produced annually in their Educational Facilities Master Plan publication. Here's a sample table showing which school year is evaluated. MCPS, as you see in the table, provides projections for the upcoming school year, which we've highlighted in blue, and then 1 year, 2 year, all the way out to 5-year projections. For the annual school test, we use the 4-year projections, which is highlighted in red. So for the 2025 annual school test, we are using the 2028 and 2029 school year projections to evaluate how the school, individual schools will be performing in terms of adequacy. If you've noticed in this table, it includes data for Crown High School. The projections indicate that the new school will open in 2027 with a 2,219 seat capacity, but 0 students enrolled. Typically, this is how MCPS's projections will look like until there's an approved boundary change. In these cases, to better fit the purpose of the annual school test results, planning will assume a hypothetical relief scenario and modify the projections by balancing the utilization rates across all the schools that were identified in a boundary study scope. So once all those projections are ready for the test, each school's utilization rate and seat deficit is calculated and then measured against the adequacy standards shown on this graph. For example, if an elementary school is projected to be at a 125% utilization rate and a seat deficit of 100, then it's placed in a Tier 1 UPP. If you look at the vertical axis on the left, we can see that a seat deficit of 102 would have put this elementary school in a Tier 2 UPP. So the school service area is only 2 students away from triggering a Tier 2. In other words, we say it has an adequacy ceiling of 2. So when a development application that's estimated to generate more than 2 elementary school students comes in this school service area, the UPP factor will get adjusted slightly higher in proportion to the number of students beyond that 2-seat ceiling. So now with that all explained, we'll jump right into the FY 2025.
So 2 slides back, so you said if the school is not projected to come online, the one before, 2 before this, I guess. Yes, so the Crown High School, so even though they show it's, the enrollment is 0, you made some hypothetical that it would have some students.
Yes, the assumption we make is a completely hypothetical scenario where every school that is identified to be included in the boundary change will have the exact same utilization rate, so it's balanced equally. In reality, that's not what happens because MCPS has to consider other factors as
Right,
well.
right.
But since we do not have those projections yet, we just use the,
And they are okay, I mean, over the time, they've agreed with this methodology.
Jason Sartori, Planning Director, for the record. Yeah, it's really not an MCPS thing. It's really for the purposes of how we conduct the test. Because the alternative for us is that we look at, in this case, Gaithersburg High School, and we say that it's going to be overutilized. But we know that these numbers are inaccurate because they have not yet allocated the enrollment to the new school that will be, in its second year at that point. So this isn't really an MCPS. It's not their thing. This is really just how we choose to address it ourselves.
Thank you.
from my interactions with staff, they were, their request was to make it clear that what we're showing would not be the actual results
Great.
of their boundary changes.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll jump right into the FY25 school test results. So at the high school level, 2 school service areas shown on the map on the right, Blake and Paint Branch High Schools, will be placed in the Tier 1 UPP. MCPS had proposed classroom additions at both schools for the FY25 CIP, but they were deferred to future CIPs due to lack of funding. At the middle school level, Argyle Middle School is the only one that will be placed in the Tier 1 UPP. This school is actually included in the Woodward High School boundary study, so MCPS will have a chance to relieve it through a boundary change in 2027. At the elementary school level, there are 6 schools being placed in a Tier 2 UPP, all mapped on the right. And Mill Creek Town Elementary School, shown in the red hatched area, has been a Tier 3 ever since the inception of UPPs, will remain in Tier 3 for another year. There was a classroom addition proposed for Mill Creek Town, and MCPS's Board of Ed's requested CIP, but again, that project was deferred to a future CIP due to lack of funding. Here's a map showing all the UPP rates summed together, and that will be assessed across the county. So there are actually no areas that were placed in more than one UPP tier across different school levels. So every elementary, middle school, and high school UPP tiers are separate from each other. So as a result, the high schools placed in Tier 1 UPP, the middle school and high schools placed in Tier 1 UPP will be assessed at 10% and 13 1/3% surcharge to their school impact tax rates respectively. The elementary schools placed in Tier 2 UPP will be assessed a 33 1/3% surcharge, and the Tier 3 Mill Creek Town Elementary School service area will be assessed a 50% surcharge on school impact tax rates during FY 2025.
Could you explain what that surcharge mean? Like 30% surcharge on impact tax? Could you explain what that means?
So the reason we're only giving a percent, a factor, instead of an amount is because the amount that a development application will have to pay is determined when they're pulling their building permits. If they come to the planning board during FY 2025, we will say, whatever year you come, the school impact tax rates, you'll have to add, let's say, 33 1/3% on top of your school impact tax rates. That 33 1/3% is the UPP surcharge. The amount we will not know until they are done, they're ready for.
No, I
their building
understand.
permits.
I'm not talking about the amount. I was just trying to understand. So this surcharge would be in addition to impact tax. So the question is that elementary schools usually are cheaper to build. So is there anything, so if they are all equal, it sort of makes, go ahead.
Sure. So if, just as a reminder of how the impact tax is calculated, there is for each of our impact areas, infill and turnover, we calculate the impact of a new unit of a particular type on elementary school enrollment, middle school enrollment, and high school enrollment. And then We know the cost to create new space at each of those levels, and we sum that up, and that becomes the total impact tax rate. So there's an elementary, middle school, and high school component of that. So when we have a utilization premium payment, and when Ms. Beck is referring to a surcharge, she's referring to the utilization premium payment. If we have a payment for an elementary school, that surcharge that they're added is just for that component for the elementary school
Okay,
component
got
of the
it.
impact tax.
It
So
makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I didn't know. Okay, thanks.
But you also say on some of the charts it has a payment level. It says maybe 40%, and then it says a impact tax of 33 and so how do the payment levels and the impact tax correlate? You know, is the impact tax is the tax that they would pay in addition that when they pull their building permit, right? But what is the payment level? I saw in some of the charts. How do they relate?
So the impact tax is charged on every residential development, regardless of the adequacy of
Right.
the schools that they are being proposed
Right,
in.
correct.
The UPP is added on as a percentage to the school impact tax rate.
Correct.
And the level determines the surcharge percentage. Say for elementary school, the tier 2 UPP is slightly lower than, tier 2 UPP is a 33 1/3% surcharge of the school impact tax rate.
Right.
A tier 3 UPP is a higher level of overutilization, so the surcharge rate is increased to 50% of the school impact tax rate. So those are the different levels. So the
Right.
adequacy level determines the surcharge, percentage of surcharge that is calculated as the UPP rates.
Okay, thank you.
So given the close relationship between MCPS's CIP and our annual school test
Right,
results,
right.
there are a few points in the FY 2025-23 MCPS CIP that was approved worth highlighting to better understand what's being reflected in the school test or not. For example, here's a list of the individual school capital projects that MCPS had requested funds for to complete within the FY 2025-2030 CIP. If you remember the CIP review that was brought to the board in February, the county executive's recommended budget was about $90 million short of the request, so several projects had to be deferred. So the schools on the left are approved as scheduled and expecting completion by 2028, the annual school test evaluation year. This means that their capacity increases, which include the more than 5,500 high school seats getting built at Poolsville, Crown, Northwood, and Woodward high schools, are captured by our FY25 test. The schools on the right are inevitably getting deferred, so some schools that were expecting to see relief, like Blake High School, Paint Branch High School, and Mill Creek Town Elementary School, are being placed in UPP tiers again. The bolded school projects were all intended to provide relief for other schools in 2027 through the Crown or Woodward High School boundary change process. Damascus High School's major capital project, however, which is included in the Crown High School boundary study, got deferred after the Board of Ed decided to include it in that boundary study scope. MCPS staff has informed us that because of that delay, some parts of the Crown High School boundary study may be implemented later, but there are no further details beyond that fact known to us at this point. So staff used the approved Board of Ed decisions, which includes Crown and Damascus High School, reflected the Damascus High School capital project not being built during the FY25 school evaluation year, so 2028 school year, and used the data modification for the rest, using the rest of the high school capacity coming online for this test.
So basically, you include, when you say deferred, you mean deferred beyond the 6-year CIP. Is that a correct statement to say?
Correct.
So anything that is within the next 6 year is included in your study? Within the next year. But no, they just approved the CIP. So we have 6-year CIP that the budget is approved. So those are included.
Correct. And to be specific, even if it's included in the CIP, but the completion timeline is the last year of the CIP, that's 1 year after our evaluation year, so it won't be reflected in our data. We will still show the capacity of whichever project, this is hypothetical because all the projects we're showing right now will be complete by 2028. But if there's a project that was supposed to be complete in 2029, we won't show that extra capacity that will come online 1 year later. We'll use the current capacity of that school. The ones on the right side right now don't even have completion dates yet. So we're only showing the existing current capacity in our FY25 school test. So Damascus High School was supposed to, I believe, the request would have increased their capacity by 700 or so seats. We're not showing the 700 or so seats being added in the boundary change process that MCPS.
Yeah, but you're saying that Damascus, the project, the capital project that they were going to do completely, is it all moved to FY after the 6th year, or do we still have some within the 6th year, but the completion was moved to after 6 years?
So I believe MCPS, for Damascus High School, MCPS probably kicked off some part of the project, but the completion date is TBD. And we won't show the increased capacity until we have a completion year, and that completion year comes under our within our FY annual school test timeline.
This annual test you do every year. So if a project comes in, then you include
That's when
it.
we start.
So that's a fair statement to put. Okay.
Correct. So every year it gets updated.
Okay, that's good.
So here's a list and map of all the high schools that are included in the Board of Ed approved boundary study scope for Crown High School. For the annual school test, we only modified the data at the high school level, since that's where the capital projects were intended to relieve overutilization at. But the Board of Ed scope actually includes all the middle schools that feed into these high schools as well. As you can see, given the larger school service areas that are of the schools included in this boundary study scope, it practically covers half the county. This one's a list and map of all the high schools included in the Woodward High School boundary study. It includes the Down County Consortium High Schools, Bethesda Chevy Chase, Walter Johnson, and Walt Whitman High School. Again, the feeder middle schools were also included in the scope of the boundary study, but we did not modify the projections at the middle school level since the intended capacity relief is at the high school level. So now we'll take a look at some of the key findings from the school utilization report, which provides some supplemental information to the results that we just saw. So this bar graph, going from left to right, shows the enrollment and utilization trend of all the high schools collectively for the past 15 years and then the next 6 school years. You can see that the enrollment, shown in the light blue bars, started growing around 2014 and hits a block around 2019 and then starts growing again. But the projections are now showing, the projections are the parts that are marked with stripes on the right. They're showing that the enrollment growth will start tapering off around 2025. And by 2027, when all the new high schools are expected to come online, the county will be seeing surplus seats available. By the 2029 school year, even with the few high school capital projects deferred to future CIPs, there will be over 2,800 surplus seats available countywide. That's practically the size of one entire high school. Now this graph we read from top to bottom shows how the enrollment is distributed across the individual high schools, going back 15 years, again at the top, and then coming down to show projections for the next 6 school years. The blue bars on the left indicate the percent of schools that are underutilized each year. Green are the schools in balanced utilization rates between 90 and 105%. And then from yellow to orange and red, which isn't shown at the high school level, are showing overutilized schools to increasing degrees of overutilization. We can see that the percent of schools in yellow or orange kept increasing since 2013. Around the time the countywide high school enrollment we saw in the earlier graph started growing. But by 2027, where we're calculating the hypothetical relief scenario from the boundary changes, most of the high schools could be operating at a balanced utilization rate. Again, we're saying could be since this is using a hypothetical scenario. In reality, as MCPS requests us to state, the outcome might be fairly different from what we're projecting since they have to factor in several other considerations outside of utilization rates alone. At the middle school level, we see the enrollment growth starting a few years earlier than the high schoolers, around 2012, which indicates it's the same cohort of students when they were in middle school that were starting these growth trends. The middle school enrollment peaked in 2019 and kept declining over the past few years, but the projections indicate that it'll return to its pre-pandemic level. But even then, the countywide capacity, as it usually has been for middle schools, will be sufficient, and more than 2,400 surplus seats are projected to be available at the end of this CIP cycle, which is the size of 2 entire middle schools. The utilization rate distribution across individual schools for middle schools has generally been better, as shown in this graph with the large amounts of blue and green. The projections are showing that the percent of overutilized schools may slowly increase over the next 6 years. The yellow is getting slightly wider as we go to the bottom. But the boundary change in 2027 will provide MCPS an opportunity to address some of this imbalance between overutilized schools and underutilized schools. Okay, for elementary schools, if we remember the cohort of students that kicked off the middle school and high school growth trends, that growth originated down here even before the 2009 school year that we're seeing at the left of the graph. But that trend at the elementary school level started plateauing. If you see around 2016, the blue bars aren't growing as much. This is even before the pandemic. The projections are not showing the enrollment to return to the pre-pandemic level either. So in the next 6 years, we're expecting to see more than 6,600 surplus seats available across all the county elementary schools, which could calculate to about 10 elementary schools.
So that means that we don't want to build any more elementary school?
That's a good question. It depends. I think at the latest CIP projects that MCPS has been trying to add are addressing school aging infrastructure, and while they're in a way rebuilding old schools, they are increasing capacity there and then using boundary changes to sort of relieve schools in the surrounding areas. So I think the direction is going towards focusing more on rebuilding aging infrastructure, but at the same time, not all the overutilization and underutilization are spread equally. So it's, there's some practical challenges for MCPS to just say stop building and just shift the kids all over the place.
So what is, it looks like that both on all the elementary, middle, and high school is a trend of going down with more capacity. Is it something that people are moving, or people are aging, or people are having less children? Do we know what is the factor of this reduction? Because we don't see in any of these 3 levels any increase.
MCPS's analysis has been, linking this mostly to the birth rates. The birth rates have been slowing down in the county, and that is reflected in their projections for elementary schools, because they have a 5-year delay in the birth rates showing up in their kindergarten enrollment. And then from kindergarten and on, they know from the kids in kindergarten through 5th grade, they know how to project for the middle schools, they know how to project for the high schools. The kindergarten, the elementary school enrollment is usually reflecting the birth rates. Okay, the imbalance between the utilization rates, as expected, was the greatest at the elementary school levels. In 2012, there were more schools that were overutilized in the yellow, orange, and red than there were not. But through continuous capital investment, we can see that side of the graph shrinking. The yellow, orange, and red is shrinking, and the green and blue increasing. By the 2029 school year, less than 15% of the schools will be overutilized. But at the other end of the graph, more than 10% of the schools will be underutilized at a rate lower than 75%. So that is something to keep in mind.
Can I just point, I think, I mean, personally, I can stare at this graph for hours and be amazed by some of what this is showing. And I think, first of all, just from a trend perspective, it's great to see that red decreasing over time. I mean, it shows a commitment from the county and from MCPS to address the highly overutilized schools. But it's almost equally concerning when you see such a high number or share of our elementary schools that are drastically underutilized at under 75%. Yeah. Suggesting in some ways that some investments in the past to make larger schools weren't necessarily the best investments, or that we have areas that where we haven't experienced turnover for some time. And the question is, I think we need to spend more time maybe with MCPS taking a look at where we anticipate future kind of turnover in terms of our neighborhoods and home ownership, and where we may see enrollment trends moving, and are there ways to better balance this? This is, and when Ms. Beck talked about the different boundary studies that are going to take place covering most of the county, that's going to be at the high school and middle school level, not at the elementary school level. But there may be a need to look at it at the elementary school level as well.
Yeah, I think that I can just talk about the elementary school that is in my community. It's being reduced, and the number of kids are less and less. And I have been in that community, and what I can tell you, it has to do with the aging, because now all the people that they came there 20 years ago, their children have grown, and they haven't been able to stay in the same neighborhood, or they have moved out to other places. So I think it has also to do is that the residents of Montgomery County are aging, and we need to attract more younger generation to come with a younger family to add to this school. That's what I see.
Yes, so before we move on, there's great points, and Director Sartori, it would be nice if you could do that analysis, because we also, the recent analysis you did on income, like the middle income families are shrinking, so that maybe the middle income families or families with children, I mean, or they're trying to form households, and they're moving out of the county, and so that would be a group that would be forming families, having children that they're moving in, and the piece about that people can't afford to live in the county, are having their kids outside of the county, So interesting if you can do this study or partnership with MCPS and do that study. It'd be interesting to know where, because also demographically, where are these schools and where are these? Because you said at the end of the day you'll have one high school capacity, left, but then maybe the people up county, maybe that high school those are all up county, and then you're going to may have to make the kids down county go all the way up. So it's just kind of like, it's a lot of things going on here. So, but thank you for your analysis. Yeah.
I do have a question, and you probably can't answer it today, and I wish I would have thought of it sooner. But one of the questions that pops into my head is the schools that are overutilized, what is their proximity to growth corridors? And with the new housing initiatives that will probably come about, what impact will it have on those schools? And so these are probably questions you can't answer now, but I wish I would have asked it sooner. But if we do revisit this subject, I'd love to get answers to those questions. Thanks.
One simple way to, at least without truly analyzing this, but to try to understand like an overall sense, if we look at the school service areas that were placed in UPP tiers, they're not really around growth corridors, especially at the elementary school level. A lot of those elementary schools have not seen any development activity, no new units, residential units built. So it doesn't always go hand in hand. Part of it is that the growth corridors that have been seeing overutilization have capital projects planned, school capital projects planned. So we're not seeing the overutilization in our annual school test, although currently a lot of those schools are overutilized.
Yeah.
So it's all over the place. There are growth corridor schools that are overutilized, but at the same time, there are a lot of schools that are not even close to growth corridors, not seeing any growth, that are overutilized as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we've got a fair amount of evidence that it's the turnover. It's not the new development. It's the turnover that caused it. I'm the problem. I came in, bought a house from a 70-year-old woman, had 3 kids immediately. The problem is me, not new development within growth corridors. Like, the utilization is caused by like families like mine, not new development primarily.
I totally agree. I think that a lot of younger could use the corridor and could use the multifamily when they have 2 or 3 children. They move somewhere that I guess they have more space for kids, and that's what happens. So yes, you are the problem, James.
I'm saying we should plan for me. The problem is not apartments, right? Like,
This next slide gives a little bit more information that helps us understand.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to very, very briefly, just to echo what Director Sartori said before. I loved that chart we were looking at. I thought it was like a great illustration of trends and super instructive in all those ways. And it also made me wonder if in future years, sort of related to what Commissioner Barley was saying as well and others, if we could do versions of this for different parts of the county, particularly and focusing, mostly on what Director Sartori said, focusing on where utilization is at the lower end and kind of how does that relate to our growth corridors. And certainly in some cases, as you mentioned, that probably reflects capital projects that have come online. But also, what does that mean for opportunities where we can opportunities where we can kind of double, triple down on infill related to attainable housing and other initiatives that we have, where we don't really have to worry about impact on schools. We're really trying to sort of, in many ways, we're trying to kind of fill that extra capacity that we have. But I'd love to see some geographic specific versions of this, just to understand some differences there.
Sure, I'll take note of that and have it ready for next time. So this next slide helps us understand this whole growth turnover in some ways. So the school utilization report, as seen in this slide, has been providing a snapshot analysis of housing by school service areas as well. And here's the analysis broken down by high school service areas because it fits in one page. I brought it to you here. The top graph shows the number of single-family units, attached and detached, sold throughout the year, which actually includes new units too. But we have a graph showing the new units underneath to give a sense of what could be new units and what could be turnover. The graph showing the new amount of new units built in 2023 is in the middle, which includes multifamily units, which isn't included in the sold units on the top graph. When we line up this, and then the bottom graph is the total number of residential units by multifamily or single family in each school service area. When we line up the school service areas by the amount of housing sales that occurred in 2023 from highest on the left to lowest on the right, we can see that the areas where we often hear concerned about new development, quote unquote, the growth corridors, the growth is overcrowding our schools, like the Walter Johnson, Gaithersburg, or Bethesda Chevy Chase service areas. We're also seeing high amounts of single-family housing sales, which probably produce a lot more turnover enrollment, causing the overcrowding in schools, often blamed for by the new development. So on the other hand, Blake and Paint Branch high schools, which are being placed in a Tier 1 UPP, have not seen much sales nor development activity during 2023. They're both shown on the righter ends of the graph. So there are probably more factors, like staff had said, behind school overcrowding than just the housing sales or development that causes overutilization in schools that we're still trying to figure out and learn about. So to summarize the findings from the school utilization report, the latest projections indicate that enrollment growth is tapering off, and there will be sufficient surplus seats available at all school levels across the county, despite the deferral of multiple capital projects. The boundary changes scheduled in 2027 for the opening of Crown and Woodward High Schools will provide MCPS an opportunity to better distribute enrollment across multiple middle schools and high schools. Unfortunately, not elementary schools at this point. At the elementary school level, 6,600 surplus seats are projected to be available countywide, and 39% of the schools will be underutilized, but 14% of the schools will remain overutilized. Most school service areas, seen from the housing sales analysis, are not seeing much residential development. But in general, those that do see residential development are seeing a lot of turnover of existing homes through sales as well. So with all that said, staff recommends that the board certify the FY 2025 annual school test results, which will take effect on July 1st, 2024. Once the updated 2024 growth and infrastructure policy is adopted, staff will return to the board with a revised FY 25 school test that would reflect any necessary changes happening due to the update of the policy.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Great. Do I have a motion to approve the fiscal year 25 annual school test and utilization report and sending it on to the county council and the county exec?
I move to approve and send to the county council.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you. You're always great in presenting data, and we really appreciate all the hard work putting it together and presenting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, which is Olney Acres Pre-Preliminary Plan Number 7202400010. Thank you. Where staff is recommending for approval with conditions. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Only Acres, pre-preliminary plan number 720240010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning from the planning staff, we have Jeffrey Server presenting this case. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with Up County Planning. Before you today is the Only Acres pre-preliminary plan number 720240010. This is a pre-preliminary plan application. So before the section before you, it's just outlining that a pre-preliminary plan can be filed in advance of a preliminary plan in order to get binding advice or guidance on a specified issue, which then can be decided upon by the board. Staff is recommending approval with the recommended binding elements for the pre-preliminary plan and supports the submission of a preliminary plan amendment in the future that would apply the flag lot provisions to the subject property. Looking at the site, it's located on the west side of Cashel Road. It's outlined in the red polygon, and it's adjacent to Archwood Way. It's southwest of the intersection of Bowie Mill Road and Cashel Road. The site is a little less than 5 acres. It has a polygonal shape. It is subject to the 2005 only master plan. It contains the existing Alfred House residential care facility, and it does include some existing structures and a driveway, and it is currently zoned RE1. The proposal is based on a previous preliminary plan that was approved last year. The previous preliminary plan approved a 1 acre lot for the existing Alfred House care facility, and then the remainder of the 4 acres were placed into an outlot. The applicant is seeking a binding decision on the application of the flag lot provisions to 3 of the 4 potential new lots that would be for residential use. The application includes a shared driveway that would be from Cashel Road and would service all 4 of the new potential lots. And this would also call for the preliminary plan to be amended following this application. This time, we have received correspondence from the Patuxent Watershed Protective Association. The correspondence did not express any objections to the proposed development. In looking at the flag lot provisions, the first section just identifies that the planning board must review the potential flag lots. So that would be lots 2, 3, and 4. The second section of the code is just outlining that the planning board must not approve flag lots except where there are unusual circumstances that preclude development of the property. And then the third section is just outlining the physical separation between building envelopes on the flag lots. So in looking at the layout, this is showing the orientation of flag lots based upon a diagram that is provided by MCDPS. So what you see here directly below the text is the orientation of a flag lot.
Could you show what you're talking
Yes, I'm
about
sorry.
with your mouse?
Yes, right here. So this diagram here is outlining the orientation of a flag lot. So it's just showing what would be classified as the front, the side, and the side, and then the rear. So in the image to the right, over here, this is the potential lot development showing the flag lots. And this slide is just showing that they are oriented based upon the DPS interpretation. So in looking at the flag lots, the 80 feet of separation is being met by the blue arrows. So the arrows are showing that there's 80 feet of separation between the building envelope of the potential flag lot and the building envelopes of all lots that are adjacent to the rear lot line, and the building envelopes of all lots between the potential flag lot and the road on which it fronts. So all of the other setbacks that exist outside of the blue arrows are just the minimum setbacks per the RE1 zone. And all of the potential lots do conform to the dimensional standards of the RE1 zone. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of pre-preliminary plan number 72024-0010 with the recommended binding elements.
that it?
And that's it.
So could you go over what's the definition of a building envelope and who sets those? Because it seems as if, for out of curiosity, in here, there's some that are where the house itself is touching the building envelope, others where how do you set that definition of a building envelope? What is that?
The definition of the building envelope would just be the exterior walls of a structure. So the building envelope could be existing. In the case, if you look to the north, it's a little faint to see in the diagram, but there are some existing structures to the north. In the case of this property, the only physical structure that's existing is the Alfred House Care Facility. That's located right here.
Hey, Jeff, I think you just described the building footprint, but the building envelope, I believe, would be the zoning setback requirements in addition to any other environmental features that may be identified that would otherwise prohibit the standard setback requirements from applying. So it could be more than that if there were environmental or other features, but the building envelope essentially establishes the buildable area on a particular lot, and that's what you're seeing in light blue there. So yes, some of the buildings are oriented in a way that they may meet that line, but they're not to exceed or extend over that line.
And so this 80 feet is from between each of those blue lines. It has to be a minimum of 80 feet, correct? And some of those are probably based on setback lines, right? Whatever. Okay, so on the bottom there, where it says 63-foot rear, so on the lot 3, from whatever the red line to the building envelope line was 63, and then there must have been a 15-foot on the other side. That's where you get the 80, and that whatever you do, you just do that all around, and that's where you're getting a minimum of 80 feet setback.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
great. Thank you.
that is correct.
I'm just wondering that why the building are tilted. Was it any reason rather than just have them straight, or does it help better that way in regard to topography?
For the record, I'm Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday, and land use counsel to the applicant. If you're asking about the location of the buildings, the gray shapes, those are just a preliminary idea of where a building might go.
Okay.
What's important for the decision before you is that the zoning code has special provisions saying that you have to have at least 80 feet in two directions.
Okay.
Between the places where you could build a building on this lot and the places where you could build a building on the next lot. And so our civil engineer is here. He may have more
I guess as long
light
as
to
you
shed
stay
on the
within that
location.
blue thing, you are okay. You can move it anywhere based on topography.
Yeah, for the record, Patrick LeVay with MHG. We also oriented the buildings that way because they're intended to sort of front the shared driveway. And all of the fronts kind of come into the middle where there's a cul-de-sac. And that way, the backs of the homes, sort of match up with backs or sides of the adjacent neighborhood, because you don't really want the front of the home facing the back of another if you can avoid that. So that's really a big driver of the reason why the houses are oriented the way they are.
So also, this is a pre-preliminary. Were there some question that you were concerned about that because we had several flag lot projects before us in the past, and they had to meet the 80 feet. But is there something you thought that was so unique to this site that we needed to have a pre-preliminary?
In early discussions with planning staff many months ago, there was some disagreement over exactly how to apply the flag lot provisions. And this subdivision, we only saw one way that it works. So before going to the full preliminary plan, the cost of preparing a complete preliminary plan application, the applicant wanted to have certainty that these building setbacks, these building restriction lines would be acceptable. And in the interim, I really have to thank staff. They worked with us very closely, and they really took a hard look at how the requirements for flag lot approval should be applied. This is kind of an unusual location because there are a lot of oddly shaped lots, and there's a lot just to the north on this picture that has a building that's very close to the side lot line. It's right on the setback, the minimum setback. And so staff did, in the end, we worked together and we came up with something that makes sense, that is acceptable to the applicant, and that staff also finds acceptable and consistent with the intent behind the provisions for flag lots. So that's why we did this extra step.
Okay.
Yeah, and Chair, I'll just say, we just bring it back full circle. Again, the only thing that you would be approving today is the agreement, if you were to agree, that these setback requirements are being appropriately established. That's it. The applicant would then take that binding decision and file a preliminary plan where we'll look at everything else with the understanding that that one particular question is now off the table, that you agree with that. And then they would spend that money and do the final engineering and storm, all the other work that needs to go along with it.
Great. So if staff and legal have agreed that this meet the requirements, then I wouldn't dispute that. But so another question though, I see that this is not, I was confused initially because I was thinking there were these separate entrances for all of the properties, but there's going to be a common entrance somewhere. But it was this, having this 50-foot frontage, was that to satisfy some other legal requirement where you could not just have there's going to be, if you have one entrance coming in now, then there's going to be some easements where everyone could use that. So, but is this each having a 50-foot frontage to those flag lots, is that to satisfy another purpose?
The 50 foot that you see on there is actually the front setback. The frontage distance for each lot is 25 feet, and that is the minimum required for a lot. And if you don't have that 25 feet, well, then you have like another additional exception that the planning board has to consider for a lot that has no street frontage. There was a limited choices in how to do it because there's an existing building which needs a 1 acre lot. And in order to create a 1 acre lot for that building, which we did in the last time, it doesn't leave very much frontage for the whole rest of the property. So that's why we did flag lots to begin with. And they each have the minimum 25 feet. And then there will be one driveway that comes off Cashel Road, and it will serve lot 1, and then it will continue, and there will be a cul-de-sac that sort of pulls lots 2, 3, and 4 together into a little tiny neighborhood.
So what is the apron in front to the Cashel Road? The 3 driveway, they're going to come together to have one apron for the 3 houses in the back? Do they share, or is it going to be separate?
Yeah, there'll be one apron that connects to Cashel Road, and then as you come into the site, there'll be a little pull-off to Lot 1, and then the shared driveway will continue all the way back to the 3 homes where there's a cul-de-sac.
Oh, I see.
And that driveway just becomes the cul-de-sac.
So they're going to be single-family homes?
Okay, I saw that.
And I do have a question. I know this is pre-preliminary plan, but Alfred House, which is Alfred House, which is a elder care facility, is now
Correct.
petitioning to build single-family homes on their adjacent real estate, correct?
Yeah, this is part of a sort of preparation for long-term potential transition in the ownership of the business. Dr. Vina Alfred, who is participating virtually, she's been doing this for many decades, and I think she's thinking about the future and wanted to prepare this property so that it can be more easily used. It would be, and the use that makes sense zoning-wise is just to put some single-family houses on it.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion for approval of Only Acres pre-preliminary plan number 720240010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. There are no change conditions, correct?
The applicant accepts the conditions.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I'll move for approval with conditions of the pre-preliminary plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. And we're going to take a break for lunch now, and we'll come back at 12:40. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Montgomery County Equipment Maintenance and Transit Operations Center microgrid project. It's a mandatory referral project number MR2024012, where staff is recommending approval to send our comments over. Just from planning staff this morning, we have Tamika Graham giving this presentation, and then afterwards we'll have a presentation from Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Again, my name is Tamika Graham, and I'm representing our Mid-County Division. This is a mandatory referral for a public sector project. This application was submitted by the Montgomery County Department of General Services Office of Energy and Sustainability, and we're really pleased to present their project to you this afternoon. This is part of a broader effort to install solar energy and resilient energy systems on all county facilities and properties. This is also a project that will propel the county's climate action goals by expanding the transit fleet of zero-emission buses that run on clean renewable power. So in terms of our staff recommendation, we hope that you will approve the mandatory referral for the Montgomery County Equipment Maintenance and Transit Operations Center, also known as the EMTOC microgrid project, with one recommendation that's been enumerated in the staff report. So just to quickly get you oriented to the site, the subject property is located at the intersection of Crabs Branch Way and Shady Grove Road. It's also within the 2021 Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment area. In terms of zoning, it's within the Employment Office District. Looking a little bit more closely, the site is outlined in orange, and it's bounded by I-370 to the north, the Grove Shopping Center just here to the east, the B&O Railroad to the west, and we have the west side at Shady Grove Townhome Community that's immediately to the south of Shady Grove Road, and that's outlined in blue. And then further to the south, you can see the Shady Grove Metro Station and also the metro area neighborhoods. So bringing you in a little bit more closely to the site, it's approximately 15 acres. It's located at 16700 Crabs Branch Way. The EMTOC depot it maintains, serves, and parks over 150 county ride-on buses, and the site has 4 existing buildings along with covered parking for the buses. So in terms of the proposal, the county is looking to install a renewable-based microgrid system to support the power requirements for the county's first 14 fuel cell electric buses and future electric buses that will come. And so you can see here some of the detailed specifications that are part of this project. Along with the microgrid, the project will incorporate electric vehicle charging, along with several clean energy production technologies that include 5.6 megawatts of solar photovoltaic canopies that will also provide electrical power to the buses and to the battery storage systems. The project includes 2 6.9 megawatts of battery energy storage and 2 tie-ins to existing natural gas generators to the microgrid and also charging capacity. So all of these improvements will be completed in a single phase. I will note that this does not include any community solar components, so all of this power produced will be utilized primarily by the county. And to really underscore the impact, these are substantial figures for the solar technology industry. And in fact, this project is a really big win for the county because it's the nation's largest renewable energy powered transit depot. It's also the first on the East Coast to feature on-site green hydrogen production. So A little bit more of the details. I mentioned there are 4 buildings on the property. The first building, or Building 1, is primarily where bus maintenance work occurs. Building 2 has an upper parking deck for staff and visitors, and the bus parking beneath. And then buildings 3 and 4 house equipment and carry out other depot functions, such as vehicle washing. So this proposal does not include any changes to the building footprints, but this drawing does illustrate the locations of all of the structural columns that will support the solar arrays throughout the depot. And you can see they're quite extensive. And so the columns will be distributed throughout the site, some along the drive aisles, some along some of the vehicle parking areas, but you can see they will not encompass buildings 1, 3, and 4, which already have existing green roofs. Here's another drawing that illustrates the locations of existing utility equipment. That's shown in orange, and then you can also see some of the existing electrical equipment shown in green. And so what you see in the pink shaded areas reflect the new solar PV canopies that will convert solar energy into electricity. And you can also see this area on the north side of Building 2 will have an area that's fenced off, and that's where some of the other equipment, such as the station battery, the switch gears, electrical vault, will be stored.
So where is the stations for the 14 buses to refuel? How do we, and what is the maximum? Because you said that this is existing, that is electric, but county has a lot of buses. So where do they go to charge?
So I'm hoping to provide a brief overview, and the applicant does have quite a detailed presentation that will get into, I think, that question and many others that you may have, but we'll definitely touch on the difference between the new 14 buses and what's proposed to come online after the initial installation of the new buses. So in terms of site circulation, the site does have 3 access points from Crabs Branch Way. None of those access points will change. None of the site circulation will change. It's currently functional for a 16-foot articulated bus, so that will remain the same. There are no other changes to pedestrian or bicycle facilities, and it's not generating any person trips, and so we don't have to deal with our LATR requirements. For this project, we did review it for compliance with the requirements under the mandatory referral review uniform standards, and staff determined that this project is consistent with the county's 2009 Climate Change Action Plan and also our sustainability goals that are listed within the Thrive Montgomery 2050 General Plan. We also found it to be consistent, the solar collection system to be consistent with the intent and the requirements of the EOF zoning district. The nature of the proposed site and the improvements are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. They're also, the locations of buildings and structures in the circulation system will remain safe, adequate, and efficient. The property already has an approved forest conservation plan and stormwater management concept plan that was approved as part of the original application when the depot was built. There are no new land disturbances, so it remains in compliance. And there are some other minor findings that are detailed in the staff report. In terms of community outreach, the applicant did comply with all of our signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. They also held a virtual public meeting online where there were some participants. But generally, staff has not received any correspondence on this application. So overall, I'll just close here. Again, this is a really exciting project. It's innovative, it's transformative. It's going to help reduce carbon emissions towards our 2035 goals and substantially enhance resiliency of our transit services. So for the reasons listed from our review and for compliance with the county plans, we do recommend that the board approve this mandatory referral. And with that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Graham. This is an amazing project, clean energy production for our bus system. So we have someone from DPS. Is it you, Mr. Osint, or both of you and Mr. Sherman?
Good afternoon. Greg Osint, Department of General Services. We agree. We're really excited about this project and happy to present. I'm joined by Don Shorman with our Office of Energy and Sustainability and Maeve Lonazak with Alpha Structure. They'll be providing a short presentation. But before we do that, I wanted to take the time to thank the board and particularly the planning staff, Tamika and the Mid-County team. Done a great job of going down this path with us. This is a very ambitious microgrid project. We did the Brookville Depot a few years ago, also with Alpha Structure, so you'll see some similarities, but this is an even more ambitious microgrid project and will provide a lot of capabilities for us moving into the future. And it takes a team to move it forward. It may seem like a fairly simple solar array and capabilities, but it is very, very complicated, and there's a lot to understand, and planning staff has been fantastic going down this road with us, and they can't do that without your leadership, of course. So I'll turn it over to the team for the presentation, but I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
To the technical, to describe in a little more detail the technical solution, and then also answer Ms. Padoium's question.
You start by stating your name. And then
Yes, sorry, apologies. So my name's Maeve Lonazak. I'm a project manager at Alpha Structure, and we've been working very closely with the DGS team to construct this project. And then I also worked closely with the DGS team on Brookville as well. So we were able to carry the lessons learned from Brookville into MTOC. So the project itself is, as Tamika did an amazing job describing, 5.5 megawatts of solar PV, 2 megawatt, close to a 7 megawatt hour battery energy storage system. And so any excess solar that's unable to be net metered and unable to be used in real time on the site when it's being produced via the panels, it'll be stored into the battery, and that energy will be dispatched at night to help with their CNG refueling load. We're also installing 10 180 kilowatt chargers and one 360 kilowatt charger. And so to answer the question about where the buses will be charged and refueled, so for MTOC, they're planning to have a mixed fleet, so they'll have fuel cell electric buses as well as battery electric buses. So the battery electric buses will be charged on the first floor of the existing parking structure. And then the fuel cell electric buses, those are planned to be fueled south of the existing CNG facility. This is a rendering of what the site will look like once everything is built. We took some of our lessons learned from the first depot at Brookville and integrated them into the charging solution at MTOC. And so we worked very closely with the operations team at MTOC to figure out, how do we provide chargers that will only have a positive impact on their site operations. And so all of the chargers will be ground mounted for the battery electric buses. There are 4 what we call pantograph chargers. So these are mechanical arms that will come down from the parking structure ceiling and connect to rails that are on the battery electric buses. And those are primarily used for the high power charger, the 360 kilowatt charger. But this sets the depot itself up for future demos or pilot projects exploring autonomous depots. This is a picture of the charger. And then as Tamika mentioned, the battery energy storage system is being installed in what we're calling the power triangle. So this little pizza slice or triangle is where the battery will go, as well as other switchgear. and we are planning to start construction July 2025. Any questions?
As usual, I do have questions. Thank you. This is really exciting. And I'm not that far from that place. I know that facility very well. This is just mostly for my education to understand how these things work. How long does it take to charge a bus? And how many buses can they be charged at a time? And do we going to have a lot of buses coming and going more than what it is right now?
So I'll start off. So for the battery electric buses, in terms of how long it takes to charge, it depends on how much power is being put into the bus itself. Maximum power coming from the chargers, it will take around 3 hours. But the unique thing about the chargers that are going at MTOC is it can vary the output power that's going into the bus. So if the bus has 6 hours to charge, then it'll keep the power output low to not stress the system. Whereas if it needs to be turned around in 3 hours, it can provide that full charge in that amount of time.
Yeah, and how many can you do at the time? Because I know that this is just 14, so you can do 14 at a time right now? Is it you can have a space for having all the 14? And then how many buses county has that we're going to change to electric is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that this is going to use it for the future use. So in my mind, I just want to know that, is it going to be at one time a lot of buses along Shady Grove Road come there to get fueled? Or what is you are envisioning in that regard?
Okay, Don Shorman with the Office of Energy and Sustainability. So the way this will work is we're doing a one-for-one bus swap for the existing bus fleet as it sits there today. Currently, we have compressed natural gas and diesel buses. And so as this program develops and as we move forward, we will take out of service or decommission a diesel or a CNG bus as we bring in a battery electric bus and as we transition to the hydrogen fuel cell buses. And so at the end of the day, we'll have a mixed fleet, but it'll be the same number that's there today. So they dwell there, their home is there overnight, so there won't be any change in the traffic patterns as far as how the buses operate, because it'll all be contained on site, and it's a one-for-one change. And so really, from an outside standpoint, you shouldn't notice a difference, because it'll be the buses going out in the morning, the buses come back at night. Overnight, they do all the on-site work to get the buses ready so they're ready to roll out the next morning.
I was just wondering, and that's good, thank you. And in the amount of 3 or 6 hours doesn't create a backlog for the buses. You would be able to do that. Okay, thank you. Good luck. It's an amazing project. And I didn't know that we are #1, so that's even better.
Any other questions or comments?
Just a quick one, and it also sounds like a great project, obviously. But my question is more around, I don't know if anyone in this room knows the answer to this, but the timing of bringing in the new battery electric or hydrogen gas or hydrogen powered buses. I assume that at least a portion of that is in the CIP right now. I assume, I'm not totally sure, but how does that align with kind of the 2025 construction schedule? And do we know kind of when we anticipate kind of higher levels of these buses coming into the county?
Sure, I'll give it a stab and then probably need to refer to some other documents. We don't have the benefit of our colleagues at the Department of Transportation here, but they just published a zero emissions bus plan for basically a bus master plan on the future of transit in Montgomery County. It talks about the phasing in of the electric fleet as well as what will ultimately be hydrogen. So in addition to this particular project, I mentioned Brookville, so that's an already operating microgrid. There's an additional fleet there that services the Down County region. And then in addition to these two facilities, we're also working on the Jeremiah Park project, which is another ambitious venture to Right now, we're in a community engagement phase, but the plan is to co-locate an MCDOT and MCPS facility at that location surrounded by mixed-use development. And that, again, would be very similar in nature to these types of depots. The timing of the hydrogen bus fleet is not known at this point. We're working on that. This facility will generate enough power for an electrolyzer at this location. How we do that and how that impacts the logistics of the future bus fleet, we're not 100% clear on that yet. That's a work in progress. And then obviously it's impacted by the other depots. So there's a countywide approach to all of this, and we will send links to Tamika and make sure that those are passed on to the board, because there's some really interesting information from DOT about their long-range strategic plan for the future of transit in Montgomery County, and the articulated buses coming on, and how this piece of infrastructure and backbone really fits into all of that. So hope that answers at least a part of the question.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it'd be interesting to, I'm sure we can also find that online probably, but yeah, we'll check that out. Thank you.
So one quick question. So initially, you'll be fueling only electric buses, correct? And then eventually there'll be the fuel cell. Is fuel cell and hydrogen the same, sort of the names are intertwined?
You need the hydrogen to fuel the fuel cell electric buses.
And that's, right now, that's done off-site somewhere, somewhere else, or are we? Yeah.
So that's the part that we're trying to get clarity on. The county executive's directive to our team, and I say our team, it's not just DGS, it's DOT and others, is we want to use green hydrogen for this effort.
I see.
And so using the existing infrastructure doesn't get us green hydrogen. There's along the stream, so to speak. So that's the part that we're still trying to figure out, is if you generate it here, will it be enough? And how many buses will it support, and when will we have those buses? For the foreseeable future, at least on day one, these will be charging electric buses, and as we phase out the diesel in the CNG fleet. But ultimately, the mix of buses, we're going to have a pretty constant mix throughout the phasing of this, and it will take several years to get to the finish line. But again, we can follow up with some of that information in a little bit more clarity.
Okay. And 100% of the energy those current buses will use will be generated on site. Is that what it is?
That's correct.
Oh, great, great, wonderful. So if there are no other comments or questions, this is a wonderful project. We're so excited that it's coming before the board. If there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, I move that we approve the comments on the MTalk.
And I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you so much.
you.
And we'll just take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, item number 10, Flower Avenue, separated bike lanes, mandatory referral, public hearing, where staff is recommending a transmittal of comments to the County Council, Department of Transportation. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're back on item number 10, Flower Avenue separated bike lanes, mandatory referral, public hearing, where staff is recommending transmit comments to Montgomery County Department of Transportation. Here from staff today, we have Lily Mernon to provide the presentation, but first, Mr. Glazer is going to kick this off.
Thank you. Eli Glazer, Acting Countywide Transportation Planning Supervisor, Chair Harris, and members of the board. The Flower Avenue Separated Bike Lanes project, I think, is a really exciting connection in a very dynamic part of Montgomery County. There's a lot going on in that area right now, and we're very excited for this project. And I just wanted to give Lily Mernon a shout out. This is her first mandatory referral that she's bringing to the board, and I think she's done a great job. So take it away.
Thanks, Eli. For the record, my name is Lily Mernon. I'm a transportation planner in countywide planning, and with me today is Khurshid Bilgrami. He's the project manager with Montgomery County Department of Transportation. We also have Dan Sheridan, who's the MCDOT Design Section Chief, and Carrie Casto, who's with Stantec and the project consultant. So this is a mandatory referral for separated bike lanes on Flower Avenue between Piney Branch Road and Arliss Street. It's a pretty short section of road. It's 0.2 miles, but it is a important center for the Long Branch community. And the proposal will also include some pedestrian improvements along with the proposed bike lanes. So planning staff recommend approval of this mandatory referral and the transmittal of comments to MCDOT. This is already a really high-quality project, so our planning staff comments aim to just improve the safety of the design and reflect the best practices from our master plans. And so it's possible some of our staff recommendations might not be feasible, and we leave that to MCDOT's expertise to determine what's feasible. This project is also within the quarter mile of the Long Branch Purple Line station, and it's currently funded as part of the Purple Line bicycle pedestrian priority area in the current CIP. And I understand MCDOT's goal is to get this on the ground before Purple Line's operational. So, for some background, the project area is outlined in yellow on this image. It falls directly within the Long Branch Business District with some really unique locally owned independent businesses. And the architecture ranges from walk-up retail to strip malls with some parking. There are also several grocery stores nearby, and there are single-family homes and apartment complexes, so there's a lot going on around the area. You can see the Purple Line alignment in purple on the image as well, and the two station platforms, Manchester Place and Long Branch, are very close by. And then also nearby this map is showing our nearby parks, historic resources, and some of the other public facilities. So there's the historic Flower Theater, which just had its facade upgraded, and there's no impact from the project on that historic facility. There's the Long Branch Library and Recreation Center nearby. And then there's a nice network of trails and parks this will help connect also to the Flower Avenue Urban Park, which has an entrance on the project corridor itself. And that's a really important gathering space for the community, and there's a playground. And there's no environmentally sensitive areas within the project corridor. So here, this map is showing some of the future bike facilities that are currently in progress. Our current project, Flower Avenue, is in yellow, and you can see the Purple Line. There will be conventional bike lanes along the Purple Line alignment, along Arliss Street and Piney Branch Road, and then MCDOT is currently working on two other projects. There's Piney Branch Road bicycle facility, which will kind of meet on either end of where the Purple Line is and continue that facility. And then there's also Carroll Avenue separated bike lanes as well, kind of feeding down into Tacoma Park. And then there's also a recent project called Flower Avenue Green Street, which is directly south of our current corridor where Flower Avenue goes into Tacoma Park. And they recently added more sidewalks and traffic calming. So there's kind of a nice, there will be a nice connected network of bike facilities.
Can I ask a quick question on this future outlook?
Yeah.
Are any of these, do we know if any of these are currently in the CIP, or are there plans to, do we know sort of generally the schedule for them?
Yes, this is Dan Sheridan for MCDOT, and the Flower Avenue and the Carroll Avenue and the Piney Branch Road are all in our, the BIPA, the Purple Line BIPA CIP. And so, like Lily said, our goal is to get these constructed prior to the opening of the Purple Line.
Okay.
So there's funding. It gets appropriated every 2 years, so it's on a 2-year cycle that we get more appropriation.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And then this image is showing kind of the existing conditions. We're looking south toward Piney Branch Road in this image. But generally, there's 2 traffic lanes, and they are very wide in some places. There's some that are like 17 feet wide. There's parking lanes on either side of the road for a large portion of it, which aren't clearly delineated, so that creates more of a wide traffic lane as well, depending on if there's cars parked there or not. There's a center turn lane in a lot of places, and the posted speed is 25 miles an hour. There are also about 10 to 12 commercial driveways in this short section of road, so there's a lot of potential conflict with the bike lanes and with people crossing the sidewalks. And you can kind of see a few of those commercial driveways here in the image as well. And then the sidewalks currently vary widely in width, and in some places there's no buffers between the sidewalk and the roadway. And then bicycles are sharing the roadway currently with vehicles. So these conditions translate to often uncomfortable and stressful conditions for people walking and biking. There's also only one protected crossing, which means like with stop controls, and that's at the Piney Branch intersection. There are some other crosswalks, but they're not protected in the same way. And then the traffic count in 2022 was about 11,850 vehicles, and that's for two-way traffic just north of the Piney Branch intersection. And then most of the crashes in this area basically all happened at that Piney Branch Flower Avenue intersection, and 21 of them were with motor vehicles, 1 was with a bicyclist, and 0 were with pedestrians. So just a little timeline, MCDOT team had developed 3 alternatives, and they took those to the public and got feedback, and then afterwards selected a preferred design and moved forward into a 35% level of completed design, and that's the one that we're reviewing today. And they had a public meeting for this 35% design in February this year, and after this hearing, they'll move into the final design and construction phase.
Yeah, in the appendix, talk about the 3 options, but it was hard for me to understand which one was chosen, 1, 2, or 3, or do you remember? 1, okay, great. And that was the one that was the 3.6 million estimate. Okay, thank you.
And then during these public engagement sessions, people expressed wanting to have a enhanced pedestrian crossing where the park entrance comes into the corridor. So they've asked for additional traffic calming to kind of slow traffic since there's no stop controls there. There was also feedback that the street parking was critical for the local businesses, but they'd be willing to reduce the number of spaces. And then there was questions about the connections to other bike facilities, and MCDOT said they would coordinate with MDSHA, MTA, Purple Line Transit Partners to get everything connected and on the ground. And then MCDOT also explained the funding that Mr. Sheridan also just described. So this diagram is showing a general cross-section of the proposed design. General because in some places there are no parking lanes or there's no center turn lane. But generally, the bike lanes are 5 feet wide, and MCDOT is proposing to narrow the current vehicle through lanes to make room for this, and they're going to improve the sidewalks and also the designated on-street parking. So the lower image is showing a version of the cross-section where the parking is replaced with a 11-foot landscape buffer, which is a great example of traffic calming, where when you don't have parking, you still maintain that narrow roadway. And then other sections of the roadway without the turn lane or parking lane generally have the 3-foot buffer. So there are some places where it's more constrained.
Can I just ask, if you go back to the section, the one on top, we have a 5-foot bike lane, and then we have a 3-foot of brick buffer. I can understand the 5-foot is part of the sidewalk, is on a different elevation, has a curb, correct? The one on the 5-foot looks like that there is a curb to separate the bike lane.
Right.
Are they all at the same level? That's the question. And I was thinking that I do not know. We have 3-foot brick, and I was thinking that could it be a separate, like a railing that add more to the bike path, and 5 foot is not much. I know that is one way, but still. And the 3-foot brick, is it at the same level of the bike? How is it going to protect that a car, or is it for opening of the car door?
So I think the proposed brick buffer is going to be raised, and then the bike lane will also go down. So the curb is above.
It is raised, so that's
Yeah.
good. But car can go over it, I guess? No.
It's just a general, like the same as any curb.
So it's like a curb. So we're going to have a curb. And that 3-foot brick allows for car to open the door, not to hit the bike. That's a very good idea. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's good. As long as the brick is on both sides, has higher elevation, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, and there will be further recommendations to your point in just a minute. So the project is consistent with all the relevant master plans. This is a master plan bike facility in the bicycle master plan for one-way separated bike lanes on both sides of the road. It's consistent with the 25 mile per hour design speed that was master plan in the Long Branch sector plan, and the 2-way traffic lanes. And then it's also consistent with our best practices from our bicycle facility design toolkit and our Complete Streets design guide. And then our staff recommendations will just aim to move the current design closer to those standards as well. In terms of the other mandatory referral review uniform standards, it's consistent with the zoning, the neighborhood, and it provides safe transportation circulation. They also received a forest conservation exemption under as like a county municipal project, and then they have received their stormwater management concept approval from Department of Permitting Services. And then the last thing I want to talk about in terms of this meeting our standards, the County Council designated Flower Avenue as a town center street as part of the county's transition to a Complete Streets roadway classification system. So, and we have a current technical update to our master plan of highways and transitways underway, and that's town center street designation is proposed to be retained during that. So this designation then translates to some guidelines in our Complete Streets design guide for facility widths, which include everything from the traffic lanes, the parking lanes, turn lanes, and then everything else for bicyclists and pedestrians, so the sidewalk, bike lanes, and the buffer between the roadway and those facilities. And we call those the active zone, or like the active modes of transportation are in that zone. So this table focuses on that active zone, organized west to east, and the right-hand column shows the standard range that we have a minimum and we have a default width for these facilities that we strive for. And then the middle column shows the proposed design and how it compares to the standard, and then the left hand is the existing conditions. So overall, the bike lanes, or the proposed design, is going to either meet the minimum or fall just below it. The sidewalk width varies. The western sidewalk is narrower than the eastern side, and in some places, the street buffer is a bit narrower than comfortable for pedestrians. But overall, these are going to provide significantly improved conditions from existing, and it's going to improve the comfort level and safety for pedestrians and bicyclists.
So we actually allow pedestrian to go there, although there is a sidewalk on the side.
Say that again, please.
So this bike lane that you're adding, we make it shared with pedestrian because we have sidewalk. So this is just a bike lane, strictly. So is it going to be signed strictly for bikes?
Yes.
I think it's a good idea because we have place for pedestrian. This is 5 foot, so it allows bikers just to go without worrying, hitting people.
Right. It will be one way with clear markings and also a different level than the sidewalk.
Okay, good.
And then additionally, there are some good examples of traffic calming in this project. So there's going to be a raised crosswalk, which is a speed bump with a crosswalk over it. And then there's some curb extensions to that I talked about earlier, just helping to narrow that roadway and slow traffic as well. So now I'll go into recommendations. And again, this is a really high quality project. So these recommendations are aiming to align closer with the master plans and improve safety. And we'll leave it to MCDOT's expertise to determine what's feasible. One note on the project drawings, so Flower Avenue runs north and south, but in the drawings, north is on the right-hand side and south's on the left-hand side when you look at them. So first, related to intersection safety, we're recommending a 15-foot curb radii, which is our standard in the Complete Streets Design Guide, at all intersections, but also especially at this corner, southwest corner of Piney Branch Road. It's just wider turn, and that by narrowing it in the, you can see these blue ovals where you could create more of a protected intersection and a tighter turning radius that slows cars down. And then on the other images on the right, there is just an example of what that protected intersection would look like with the tighter radii. And then there's also an example of a mountable truck apron where you still are able to maintain that tight radius, but if a larger vehicle needs to turn, they can go over the curb and then be able to make that turn safely. The next one is about the Arla Street intersection. So we're recommending providing a crossing on the north side of the intersection as well, which aligns with our pedestrian master plan to put crossings on all legs of the intersection. And then we're also recommending to add stop controls at all legs of the intersection as well, which will help improve the transition especially for bikes turning from Arla Street into the Flower Avenue bike lane going south. So that's some potential improvements to that intersection. And then these recommendations are to improve the active zone area. In general, we've prioritized the order for widening some of the facilities. So where possible, we recommend widening the street buffer first because that's really the barrier between these fast-moving vehicles and all of the other like bicyclists and pedestrians. Then we propose widening the sidewalk because that's where, that's the access to the businesses, and it's also, most people are walking, and then the bikeway as well. So our default width is actually 6.5 feet, so we'd prefer to widen the bike lane to that width, but we also want to make sure these other elements are widened beforehand. So this is just kind of to help prioritize what gets widened first. And then we also have something called the ped bike buffer, which is just between the bike lane and the sidewalk, because again, there's different speeds and that people are traveling.
Is there any space to do this widening? Because we are working within the existing width
right.
of the Flower Avenue.
There are currently some constraints, but there's some places where parking could be removed to make room for some of these
I know,
facilities.
but they didn't want to move the parking.
Right.
People, it's important for the businesses to keep the parking there.
It's a
We don't
trade-off.
want to, yeah, it's a trade-off. We don't want to impact the businesses there. That's why we're putting the bikeway, because people want to go to these businesses, so.
I mean, those businesses seem to have sufficient and significant parking on their own sites. It doesn't seem as if the street parking is all that important, I think, to their ongoing business, at least.
Well, I just saw that the businesses were in the public hearing and they testified that they wanted the street parking because it's important to their business. I just have to take their word for it.
Yeah, and I
Eli Glacier, for the record. I think what we're trying to achieve with this recommendation is the understanding that we've developed certain standards and default widths and preferred widths for different things, and to the extent possible, we would want public projects to try and achieve those the same way we would want private projects to, with the understanding that there are certain limitations on that. I think on the on-street parking piece, I think Ms. Murnan and the staff report did identify that the Long Branch sector plan did recommend removing a row of parking on Flower Avenue in this corridor. So to the extent that that hasn't been done, that could be an opportunity to widen some of these other facilities.
Another example could be these medians shown here on the slide in like a pink color. We're recommending shifting them to become part of the buffer between the sidewalk and the roadway. So rather than having a median, just have like a wider buffer or a wider sidewalk, whatever facilities needed to be wider, just kind of shift that width. We also recommend avoiding any abrupt changes in the bike lane. So these two examples, just, a bit of a tight turn and just ensuring that they meet the 3-to-1 horizontal shift that we have in our Complete Streets Design Guide standards. We also recommend putting curb extensions wherever possible, especially in this section just north of Piney Branch Road. So there's a lot of driveways. They're trying to retain some of the parking, and to the extent possible, just adding some more curb extensions would help calm the traffic a little bit, and also increase visibility for people entering and exiting the driveways as well. And then more to the point about driveways, we have some standards for sidewalk level driveways or raised crossings at all driveways, so the car has to kind of go up and then back down to the roadway level to slow them down. We're also recommending some green conflict zone striping in this section just south of Piney Branch Road. The bike lane's ending and transitioning into a shared lane, and this is a very wide driveway, so we're recommending something to indicate this is like a high conflict zone. And then same location just across the street, we're looking at another driveway that we're recommending could be right in only. Right now it's two-way and it's very close to Piney Branch Road. There's also not a lot of space for this sidewalk where the star is on the left to kind of cross the driveway and then have enough space to wait and like a flat platform to wait to cross. So by narrowing the driveway, you can also create more space for pedestrians to safely queue at that spot. And then there's also another driveway for this property just to the south that exits onto Piney Branch Road. So there is access from both roadways, so the one-way traffic could possibly work.
Did you find any other opportunities for a similar approach with curb cuts elsewhere along the corridor?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if, like I was just looking on the map just as an example, and just on the other side of Piney Branch, it looks like there's kind of a small parking area where it looks like there could be another opportunity for like a one-way kind of flow.
So they are MCDOT is proposing to make that, I think maybe you're talking about this one. It is like just north of Piney Branch, and there's like a parking area you pull off into. They're proposing to make it one way.
Okay.
We're just recommending also to consider narrowing the driveway just so it's clearly one way and cars can't go in and out both ways.
Yep, that sounds good.
This is a great point.
Should have just waited one slide.
That's okay. We have another recommendation just to consider restricting left turns out of the driveway across the street from the one we were just talking about, so that, cars turning off of Piney Branch Road onto Flower aren't also watching for cars turning left out of the driveway, just a consideration for that. And then there's one section where a vehicle coming out of this driveway just near the entrance of Flower Avenue Urban Park, a car might try and queue right in blocking the bike lane as they're trying to turn left or right. And we just recommend shifting the bike lane a little bit to the east so that there's a little more room for a car to go between the bike lane and the road. And then a couple recommendations to improve access for users with disabilities. There's this really tricky sidewalk here where there are stairs going down into this retail space. And then there's also some lampposts, and then we're adding a bike lane on top of that. So it's currently, MCDOT is not proposing changing this stair setup, and I believe it's not fully in the right-of-way. But we're recommending widening the actual through space on the street level sidewalk and also moving one of the remaining lampposts so that there's just a little more room for pedestrians to maneuver around this tricky spot. And also potentially removing that parking space so there's a little more room there as well. And then just a new guideline from the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines, which is a federal guidelines. If you're touching on-street parking and changing it, they require a certain number of accessible on-street parking spaces. So in this case, it's just one space, and it should be somewhere on the same block, but not necessarily on the project frontages. So that's another recommendation. And then finally, a recommendation for developing a wayfinding plan using our 2023 Bikeway Branding Project. This is an example of the signs, what they look like, but it'll be really helpful once all of the different bike lanes and facilities are on the ground. And then from our environmental staff, we just have a recommendation to use native tree species. MCDOT already has their own street tree guidelines, but we just asked they consider using native trees in this project. And then for park recommendations, there's just one section. So this is the crossing from over to Flower Avenue Urban Park, which has kind of this octagon entrance. And there's also a bus stop immediately to the north. So we're recommending where this crossing comes in to just create a continuous sidewalk into the park entrance so that people can directly go into the park. And then this is actually all within the right-of-way, so it's not park land, so there's no park construction permit required or anything. But they have asked that the bollards at the entrance be replaced in kind in the same footprint of the sidewalk. And that's all of our recommendations. We recommend approval of this project. It's a great project, and thank you to MCDOT and Stantec for their work on this, and just recommend the transmittal of the comments. So,
thank you for your presentation. For your first one, you did an amazing job. Thank you. So we have one speaker today. It's Paul Grenier from MHP Long Branch Business League. Why don't you come up, Paul? You
yes.
have 3 minutes for your presentation.
3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay, I'll hurry then. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. Yes,
no, you have your community associate. You have six.
I get a whole 6. Okay,
there you
great.
go. Doubled it. Just.
I'm gonna hold out for 12. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm here to testify on behalf of both MHP and the Long Branch Business League. We were members of the business community were present when Khurshid and Bigrami and others from his team presented the options to the community, and the businesses who attended those meetings were definitely in favor of option one, which was the plan selected. So the community seemed clearly in favor of that as well. And the big thing here to completely support this on behalf of those communities moving forward, with just a couple of nuances and things I'd like to emphasize about what's already being proposed, and one or two maybe suggestions. So one of the reasons why it's so important this happened is that the streetscape in this part of this commercial center of Long Bench hasn't been changed, hasn't been updated in 40 years. It's really crying out for some aesthetic improvements. And some of the things that the community and the businesses really liked about the option chosen was that, at least as they understood it, it wasn't overall, it was going to take away some parking spaces, but the net would end up being at least equal, if not in fact increasing a little bit, the number of parking spaces along the street, which it's true that there's some businesses that have enough parking, but it's very uneven. And there's other businesses where it's really hard. And so that's why, in fairness to the whole business community, it's nice to preserve them wherever possible. As I understood the plan, in addition to the brick barrier along the bike lane, there's also another stretch of width of 5 feet of brick pavers between the sidewalk and the bike lanes that just seemed more decorative. But I'd like to take a look at the plans again with you guys. But the more the brick, the better. It looks nice, and that's one of the things that really enhances the sort of the feeling that this is an area that is meant for humans to walk along, and not just for cars, which is the feeling you have right now. The tree choice is also, I'd just like to say that I appreciated the ones you chose because it's called Flower Avenue. MHP's planted a number of trees here already. We tried to select trees that flower. So the linden trees that you put in your list it seems like a really good option. They flower and they have a really fragrant. I think it's a great option. They'll get nice and big. We'd like to have as big a trees planted as possible, maybe 3 or 4 inch caliper, even if you can afford it. And where you can't put in big trees, your selection of the tree lilacs is also a nice option. We've used some of those. They thrive in that area, and they're also flowering. Great choices, I thought. I think I may not have understood the plans when I read them based on your presentation just now. It looks like there will be raised surfaces at the sidewalks across Piney Branch. Is that what you're proposing? Not across Piney Branch. Okay, if there's any way to use an alternate material or maybe even just a slightly raised, not like, not a bump, but just a slightly raised material across Piney Branch, anything that could flag to cars that are barreling down Piney Branch, this is a pedestrian and bike area, I think would be an enhancement of safety, because as you yourselves presented, that's where all the accidents happen. That's the most dangerous area. So that would be one sort of thing that I'd like to urge be considered if it's possible. And the other addition is that we'd like to see an improvement that's just beyond the limits of this project that would require the coordination of the City of Tacoma Park. What I'm referring to are the 3 parking spaces on the east side of Flower Avenue, next to Veronica's Bakery, on the southern terminus of the bike lanes. And your plan already proposes to take one of those spots to facilitate the entrance to the bike lane area. We're suggesting that you might want to take an additional 2 parallel curbside spots that are there, that are currently, from what I understand from the businesses, aren't really being used by people visiting the businesses, but by people living in the neighborhood, just keep their cars there permanently. And we think that it would be nice to just enhance that area with some, with pavers and street trees in an area that doesn't have really any street trees or enough of them right now. It could be an outdoor dining space. It could be maybe a bike facility could be put there, or a dining area for Veronica's Bakery. Anything, all those options would make the area more pleasant and walkable. And those enhancements would really help in an area because there's a lot of vagrancy right on that side of that bus stop, which could make me discouraged if the area was enhanced. And as it happens, we've already discussed this idea with Kara Hunsack, the city council member for the city of Tacoma Park, and with the city manager. Our impression is that they like this idea as well. But we understand that it would be more work to have to coordinate with the city to do this, but we think it'd be a missed opportunity to improve the pleasantness of that area as well as enhance the safety for the pedestrians and the bicyclists. That's it. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you for testifying on behalf of the Long Branch community, the business community. So now, does MCDOT have any comments or anything they want to present before the board?
We don't have any, this is Dan Sheridan, we don't have any presentation, but we are here to answer any questions.
Okay, yeah, well, great. I appreciate you guys bringing this. This is a important infrastructure needed there. I drive by this community maybe twice a week, and have used those businesses or frequented those businesses. Question, are there enough bike racks in? I'm just when you're looking at this and putting in the bike, are you also considering, are there enough bike racks? And just something to think about. I don't know, you can respond now or to think through it.
I don't think we have that answer right now, but we can take an inventory of that and consider some of the space to add bike racks. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and
this is Khurshid Bilgrami from DOT. There are bike racks, but there are some efforts to replace them and also add a few, since we are adding all this new bicycle network. So there are efforts to add additional ones.
Great, thank you. And then also, I understand you have to take out some trees, but I understand there's no net loss of trees? I mean, are you, they're following some standard where trees go?
Yes, my understanding is that there's no, especially for specimen or, what's the other word? The larger trees. We have the forest conservation law, and they have to replace those specifically if they're taking down larger trees. I don't actually know the answer to the other.
Yeah. But
we can get back to you on that one.
And then the last is, I know that crossing just north of near El Golfo, that sort of raised. I mean, how that gets really tricky at times. I mean, have you ever considered sometimes they have those hawk things where would that be a hawk signal? Would that be warranted there, or have you considered it? Or you are the experts in this, but I'm just saying how to maybe slow down traffic and how have you thought through that?
So the community also requested the same thing, hawk, and then for additional warning to the cars approaching the crossing side. So we came up with the race crosswalk, and then also there are efforts made by one of the other divisions of traffic in DOT. They are looking into, they first looked at the RRF bays, rapid flashing beacons, but those are not being used. So what they informed me was, like, when the purple line becomes operational, the station become operational, they might have to do a fresh count for that device to get warranted. So it is at works. It has been requested by others as well, so they are looking into it, but I think the delay is to get the fresh counts after everything becomes operational.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions or comments. Please.
Yeah, just one. This is a great project, and as always, really appreciate all the thoughtful recommendations and comments. The little details matter so much in something like this, and I know you all know that. I really appreciate kind of the focus on the radii and visibility issues for conflicts and things like that. One of the lingering small concerns for me is one of the things you mentioned before, which is the curb cuts where people are entering and exiting, and the issue of parking around them. And it was kind of hard to tell from some of the drawings, but it looks like in some cases we are recommending adding extensions to kind of force tighter turns, of course. But it looked like there were still many cases of parking pretty close to where those curb cuts are. And I was wondering if we could consider daylighting some of these intersections so that, because one of the good recommendations that I saw was allowing some space for cars to pull further through so they weren't blocking the bike lane as they looked for kind of gaps in traffic. And one of my concerns is how often are we going to have situations where cars pull into the bike lane and wait because they can't see around cars that are parked very tightly to that curb cut. And this is, it seems like a small issue until you kind of encounter these situations walking and biking, and then it becomes a massive issue. And if people encounter it too much, my worry is they're not going to use this facility very often. So is that something we could consider as a recommendation to DOT to daylight just specifically around those curb cuts? If it's a right in, right out, then of course it just has to be like on the left side. But if it's a two-way, perhaps on both sides. And I think that it has like real safety implications, and it has real usability and comfort implications too. So is that something we could consider?
I think Ms. Mernon identified already, I think, the recommendation that you like, the sort of providing curb extensions into the parking lane. I think what she's shown in Figure 12 in the staff report, the image of what those curb extensions could look like. I mean, those drawings, I would say, are largely illustrative. There could potentially be, they could be shaped differently to sort of achieve that desired daylighting effect. I think in the transmittal letter, potentially, we could generalize more about the intent, which is what you're describing as sort of improving visibility and removing conflicts in space between people biking and people entering or exiting these driveways.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay.
And yeah, of course, the intent is clear sight lines, right? And if that means that there's an opportunity to kind of use these extensions and just make them slightly wider to, just as an example, have a standard of, I don't know if we want to say a standard of, you can, there are space constraints and we understand that, but ideally, 15 to 20 feet of space between parking and curb cut to allow for really good visibility so the car doesn't have to enter in too far. I think that's kind of what I had in mind. And the curb extensions in some places, yeah, it looks like it gets us a good chunk of the way there. But perhaps there are other opportunities to widen those and really get that good daylight.
Okay, so are there any, thank you for your comment. Are there any other questions or comments? And if not, do I have a motion for approval of the Flower Avenue separated bike lane mandatory referral to submitting it onto MCDOT with the comments provided in the staff report?
Yeah.
And any other, recommendations or considerations that we talked about. I know there are constraints, and I know that you've you've talked about that, but at the end, it's your decision, but these are some of our recommendations. These are our recommendations.
Yeah. I'll move that we transmit comments to MCDOT with the comments that we had here, and good project.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. And we're going to take just a 2-minute break now and begin with our last item, incentive zoning update study work session number 3. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the evening. Item 7, Incentive Zoning Update Study Work Session number 3. We're so excited to be working on this and looking forward to it. Mr. Sharma, could you lead us through this, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Atul Sharma. I'm joined here with my colleagues, Grace Bogdan and Lu-Wei Wong, and we do have Don Pitts from Hyatt Brown on the line as well. This is the third working session for the Incentive Zoning Update Project. We've benefited from 2 good, productive working sessions with the board, and today we'll really focus on recommendations related to the rollout and implementation of this policy and how we see this policy being further sort of updated in a more nimble way in the near future. There are a few points of clarification that we would like to highlight for the board. Some of them were raised as questions in the past working sessions from the various board members, so we want to make sure we close the loop on those. And at the end of this working session, if the board feels satisfied with the recommendations and the discussion, we would request that the board approve the transmittal of these recommendations for the council's review. If anything is outstanding, we can always come back to you in July, but leave that up to your discretion. So today, we'll do 3 main things. Do a quick recap of the major recommendations from work sessions 1 and 2, lay out the anticipated process for approval and adoption of this policy. And I would say that, everything you're going to see, have seen today, and as you sort of review and approve these things, these will go up to council, but in the end, there's going to be a ZTA that will need to be prepared to implement these, which will come back to the board. So you'll have a second look at all the details as well, in addition to all the review that you have done to date on the recommendations. And then the third part of this, we'll talk a little bit about how we see monitoring this policy and updating it in the future so that we can really stay nimble and keep up with evolving trends in real estate, construction, energy codes, et cetera. So to do a quick recap of work sessions 1 and 2, this should start to look a little familiar by now. We are recommending a simpler menu that has 4 public benefit categories that align more directly with our policy priorities. Under those 4 categories, there are 13 distinct public benefits. To provide flexibility, each of these benefits has 4 tiers of participation, and we are recommending migrating from a points-based evaluation of public benefits to a more direct and proportional FAR-based evaluation. In addition, we are suggesting that master plans be allowed to tailor the menu of public benefits through the planning process so that they can really highlight the needs that are discovered through the planning process with communities' input. We are also recommending that the policy be applied strategically to each of the 4 zones, and that the standard method threshold be retained at 0.5 FAR for CR and CRT zones. So any project above 0.5 FAR would have to go for the optional method of development and provide public benefits. To maintain some flexibility, we are recommending specific public benefits can be sort of provided through a payment in lieu option. And then during the last working session, there was a lot of good discussion around the need for flexibility and the need for flexibility for not just applicants, but also staff and the planning board to approve things that may not be directly listed in the menu or that might arise over time, things that we haven't considered today, up to today, and also things that might arise due to some challenges or constraints on a particular site. And so at the last work session, we kind of floated around this language that, staff could have some discretionary approval of up to 0.25 FAR, and the board could have additional discretion. And we followed up with our legal sort of colleagues here with the legal team, and they recommended what we believe is a better approach for achieving the same objective. In the zoning code, there is already a framework for alternative compliance. So instead of being sort of very specific about staff can approve this much FAR and the board has discretion or not, they recommended that we use our alternative compliance framework approach, which would give both staff and the board sort of this broader umbrella of flexibility. And, as I mentioned before, you will review the language of the ZTA in detail when it comes to you again, but we are thinking maybe something along these lines can be added where the planning board may approve an alternative method of compliance for the provision of specific public benefit from the menu if it determines that there is a unique site, a use characteristic, a unique benefit to the public, or a development constraint. And in doing so, the board would have to make certain findings that the alternative compliance satisfies the intent of the public benefit category. It aligns with the overall vision of the sector or the master plan or the functional plan. It enhances the applicable functional results and performance standards of the public benefit category, and it's in the public interest. So again, we can tailor this one more time at the ZTA stage of the process, but wanted to sort of highlight this for the board as something that was recommended by legal staff, and we think it is a better approach, but just wanted to pause here and see if the board was okay with this.
Well, I have a question. This is for planning board, but we thought that we also provide some flexibility for the staff. That doesn't allow that flexibility for the staff here.
That is implied in the alternative compliance because eventually anything that the staff reviews comes to the board and the board approves. So by having an alternative compliance framework in Division 4.7, staff would get that same flexibility.
Well, we were
as well.
going to allow staff to give them some discretion that it doesn't have to come to planning board. That was a difference.
Yeah, but eventually, this is part of the optional method. Well, it would come to the board. It's got to come to the board.
It will always come to the planning board, even if, because it is as a part of the optional method of development. And there were some, I think, legal concerns about using the words discretionary review. It's not typically how we have talked about flexibility and structured flexibility in the zoning code. I wasn't sure if there was some additional.
Well, I was thinking that, I do not know, but in my mind was that if they have already gone to planning board and if there are some changes that comes, that they don't have to come back to the planning board. That's what I was thinking that it is. I understand optional method, it always comes to us, but I was thinking that, well, if there is optional method they have done and then there is some kind of change, rather than making an amendment that they come to us. That's how I read it before, but maybe I didn't understand.
Commissioner, if I can, if I understand the question and maybe the concern, Robert Cronenberg for the record. So if an applicant proposes something that's maybe doesn't fit so nicely within some of the categories that we have.
Okay.
The alternative compliance, which is used in other things like parking and some other standards within the zone, it gives us an opportunity as staff to present it to the board and say, we feel, based on the criteria that are listed here, and I think they're broad in many respects,
Okay.
to say we support what is being proposed, but the board ultimately blesses that according to the zone. So in this case, the zoning ordinance is spelling out a certain level of FAR that you can achieve, and it has to. And so we have to follow that. But to say deviate from that in any way, we need some kind of alternate compliance to it. So this actually helps staff to come to you to make that ultimate approval.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as you feel that this gives you the flexibility, that's what we wanted. We wanted, so if it didn't say, you got 0.25, there was some criterion that wasn't on the list, but you felt it was important enough to give the 0.25 FAR that you felt comfortable that you could do that. And if you feel this language gives you that comfort, then I'm fine with that language.
Yeah, we believe this gives us all, including the applicants, more flexibility while staying within the sort of overall framework for having to provide public benefits.
I'm,
Okay.
you good, Mr. Barton? Okay, all right,
Okay.
we're good, thank you.
Okay. Another thing we wanted to add some more clarity to was how this policy could be updated over time. There were two, underlined here were two things that were mentioned in particular last time, that we would periodically review the policy, and that there might be an ability to adjust without having to amend the zoning code, and that public benefit categories and the tiered structure would be in the zoning ordinance, whereas some of the details might be in the implementation guidelines. We had a good follow-up conversation with council staff, because this is kind of the next step where this goes to. And they've recommended that we approach this a little bit differently, but still meeting the same intent. First, clarifying that the periodic review should be performed every 5 years, that some updates may require amendments to the zoning code, and they're correct that if we do alter some things that are nested in the zoning code, they will require a zoning code amendment, but they seemed okay with that idea and approach. And what they recommended was that the public benefit categories, the tiered structure, and public benefit descriptions should be defined in the code, but the public benefit detailed criteria and evaluation process can sit within the implementation guidelines. That way, it provides enough substance within the code itself to make sure that there's a level playing field for all the applicants, and it's very clear as to what is being expected as public benefits. But the evaluation criteria can sit within the implementation guidelines, which is much more detailed. So if we ever need to change some of the finer details, we can do that in the implementation guidelines. But if we actually want to go back and change some of the categories or the specific public benefits as the overall policy, that we would go through a zoning code amendment to do that.
And the implementation guidelines are really, they're approved by the board. They don't follow the same standard to go to the council. So to make the changes, it's a little bit easier for us to be more flexible within those guidelines.
So the public benefit categories are those 4 boxes, and then the tiered structure is the 13 that were, or was it 13?
Yeah, the 13 public, so the 4 categories, the 13 public benefits, and the 4 tiers of participation would all be defined in the zoning code.
Okay, but give an example, the public benefit detailed criteria.
So for that, to give you an example, that would include things like, okay, you have to provide this type of information at sketch plan and this type of information at site plan. It would also provide some qualitative guidance for staff on how to evaluate a proposal, like are they meeting the intent of the specific public benefit, and those type of details would be in the implementation guidelines.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So if the board is generally okay with this approach, we support this. And then the third piece that we wanted to further clarify was that master plans will be able to update the public benefits. And really, I think there's some clarity needed here. This is voluntary information coming from staff, that there's going to be 2 types of plans. One are plans that already exist before the policy is passed, and another type of plan will be the plans that will be created after the policy has been updated and passed. So for existing master plans, and we went back and looked at the list, and we'll share the list with you, there's about 25 plus master plans. So we don't want to have to go back and open up all those plans to do updates to them just to change the description of public benefits that are required. So the implementation guidelines will provide a crosswalk between the existing menu and what is being updated. And some plans, a handful of plans, for example, maybe Bethesda, downtown Bethesda plan, may require a ZTA because the public benefits might sit within another requirement like an overlay zone. Those are not a lot, but there might be a few which will require that to be able to use the new system. For new master plans, there will be 2 options. One is you can take this menu that we are creating now and use it as is, in which case you don't have to do anything, but just adopt it and maybe prioritize what you want from that menu. Or you can modify the menu, which we think is an important recommendation, in which case the master plan should include within itself guidance related to public benefits. Typically, this is within the implementation section of a master plan. And if they do alter the menu of public benefits, new plans, they would have to create something like the Great Seneca Life Science Overlay Zone type of a mechanism so that they can have a slightly different version of the menu for that geography where it applies. I just want to make sure that that was clearly spelled out for the board before we asked you to recommend things.
So a new master plan may have the 13, but it may have some different ones.
Yeah.
Well, some of the 13 plus some different ones.
Yeah. The new master plans in particular will have a lot of flexibility to either shrink the menu or add to the menu or alter the menu.
And then just for existing master plans, can you go over again, provide a crosswalk between, what?
Yep.
Could you
I'm
define
going to
that again?
skip a couple slides here to show what we mean, because I think a visual is helpful here. So here is the list and of all the master plans and major amendments that the planning department has done since 2010, which in itself, I was very proud to see this list. We do a lot of work. There's about 28 plans here. Not all of these plans use those 4 zones, but a majority do. So what we will do in the implementation guidelines is create a kind of circuit board diagram, if you will, that links existing public benefits that are 36 to the 13. We feel confident that there's enough continuity of ideas that such a crosswalk will more or less align public benefits from the old menu to the updated menu. And by doing that in one place, we can really sort of streamline that transition over time versus having to update all these master plans, which would be a very cumbersome task.
I'm very happy to hear that because I had the question in here that how do you tailor the older master plan to the new menu that you have now? The question is that some of these master plans may be old and not relevant. So crosswalking something that may not be relevant to now, what are you going to do about that?
That's a good question. I think so. The plans we've listed here are all plans that have been approved and adopted since 2010, because that's when the policy was originally created. So we do have, you're correct, we have master plans from the 90s, some even maybe from the 80s but they don't have these zones to begin with. So they don't have optional method projects that provide public benefits. But all of these plans are still in all areas that are pretty active. And we think each of these merits an investigation to make sure that the public benefits translate. And they've used the same menu that is existing today because this policy really has not received a comprehensive update up until now.
But there's still some of them, like the one if you look at on top, White Flint, of course we are doing that. Like take Wheaton sector plan or Kensington sector plan. That is still 12 years, 13, 14 years old. Are they relevant? Because a lot has changed since then. Well, I guess you're going to find out when you try to do the, crosswalk to see that if they are still, because since then we have had a lot of, bikeway and pedestrian and the green code and the sustainability. We have had a lot happening since then. So some of those are, recommendations may not be exactly what we are looking for. I'm not sure. I guess you're going to find out when you.
Yeah, we'll have to think. I think that's a fair question, and if there is a simple way to just translate the 36 into 13, then we'll recommend that approach. But if we really find that some benefits don't make sense anymore, they don't connect. So in that case, we might have to do a a finer grained crosswalk for those master plans, and we anticipate that. Does that generally answer the crosswalk idea? So just a couple more sort of clarifications here. I think at the last working session, there was a good suggestion made that using modular, prefabricated, or other innovative design and construction strategies that expedite project delivery should be incentivized, and we are recommending including that in the list under design excellence. So we think that's a good idea. We should certainly recognize and incentivize those approaches. And then just a slight clarification related to the payment in lieu option for art and placemaking. It's listed 3 times in the menu here for the different rates, and we are suggesting that that language just be slightly edited to make sure that it is clear as to who can be a receiving entity for that payment, in which case it would be the Public Art Trust Steering Committee, an urban district, an arts and entertainment district, or a regional service center, but that these government agencies would have the ability to further partner with local arts nonprofits to implement arts and programming. It's just we just wanted to be clear about who can receive those funds, so there's that clarification. So with that kind of sums up the recommendation parts. I'm gonna let Grace walk us through a little bit as to how we see the next steps unfolding as we take this project for council's review.
Thank you. For the record, Grace Bogdan. So we've had a lot of work completed so far, but we have plenty of road left ahead of us. And so this image shows where we are. We're here, where the red dot is on the left side. So we're finishing up our planning board work sessions, and then we move on to county council. So we have to go through PHP review and the full council. And once we receive their endorsement, we'll move on to the zoning text amendment process. So we'll be back again. We imagined fall and winter of this year. And then when the ZTA is ultimately approved by county council, we will begin our work on the implementation guidelines update. And we hope to have that approved by the planning board by summer of 2025. And then we move into this opt-in period of where there's going to be projects that are still under review based on the old guidelines, depending on when it was submitted. And then new sector plans and projects coming through in the new guidelines. And then we need to create a sunset date of when to fully retire that old set of CR guidelines. And then just one part with the zoning text amendment process. In work session 1, we talked about updates to the BLT and the TDR programs. This requires updates to the laws themselves, as well as a zoning text amendment to update the code. We're not sure what this timeline will be right now, and so we're not sure if it'll be able to be covered under the zoning text amendment that we hope to do this fall. So it could be on our timeline, or it could also take a separate course. And so in updating the implementation guidelines, it's going to be a big document. There's a lot of criteria we want to cover. So just quickly going through it, as Atul mentioned earlier, for each of the 13 public benefits, we need to set criteria for staff to know what to review for each tier when it's going through the regulatory process. What exactly do we want to see from the applicant to demonstrate how those criteria are being met? And are there any interagency coordination that's going to be relied upon for that review? The guidelines also need to provide staff with criteria about project amendments. And so we often receive site plan amendments, E, F, G, you name it. And so those are likely going to be under the old guidelines. And so we need to establish criteria and certain thresholds, like how big is an amendment to move it from the old guidelines into the new guidelines. And then we would also like a section on the role of the sector plans to give master plan staff criteria and guidelines on how to tailor those tables and the public benefits when reviewing and creating the sector plan. And then we would also like to provide more criteria on updating the guidelines. We got stuck in a set of guidelines that are 14 years old, so we want to be able to provide more criteria on how to update the policy and how to stay nimble when the payment in lieu needs to be updated, how our assessment will be done, which we're proposing is every 5 years. How will these updates be reflected when all of the building code cycles are updated, and so that needs to be addressed in the guidelines themselves. And then, again, we'll also talk about this crosswalk within the guidelines.
For the record, Louis Wang, so how do you implement the new policy? So as the existing policy has been in place for more than 10 years, many changes happened in Montgomery County. So, it's like to implement the policy, we want to ensure a fair transition period. So therefore, staff recommends the following passage of zoning text amendments. There should be an 12 to 18 months operating period and then during the time, the new development application can choose to follow either the existing policy or the updated policy. For the new master plans or sector plans created after the ZTA is passed, must adhere to the updated policy tailored through the sector planning process. After the opt-in period, all option master development must follow the updated policies for the CR and the CRT zones as amended by the master plans or sector plans.
Yeah, we think it's really beneficial to have this opt-in period because it is quite a big change. This is a major update to a policy that many of these projects use, and it will provide some sort of flexibility for projects because projects, it takes several years to design and get projects that are up to speed before they even come to the board sometimes. So we want to make sure we are not sort of slamming the brakes on those type of projects that are in process as this policy is being reviewed. So that 12 to 18-month period would provide that sort of transitionary period. This is not that dissimilar to how we rolled out the zoning code update of 2014, where there was an opt-in period. You could come in under either or, and then there was a sunset time. We do think it's important to have a clear and not too in the distant sunset period because we are really trying to align this policy to achieve the goals of housing for all, environmental resilience, infrastructure for compact growth, and complete communities, all things that are critical and quite time-sensitive priorities. So, but having a 12 to 18-month period, we think would account for those projects that are already underway in planning and design stages.
Is there any other zoning except CR and CRT that you're saying in here that has been using this point system? So the point system just came in use, and the other zoning, they don't have any kind of optional method that they would be using this? Because we have so many other different areas in the county.
Yeah.
Correct. When it was created, it covered the 4 zones, so it covered EOF, LSC,
Yes.
CR, and CRT.
I
And
understand
we're
that the other two, they were not.
So it'll
good.
only cover CR and CRT. There's no optional method in like R60 or R200 or any
So
of the
there
other
is
zones.
nothing over in any other ones?
No.
Okay.
So I had one question on this, and I wanted you and the board to think about it. So it's likely that this would not go into effect until about a year from now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then, with your opt-in period, you probably have 2 to 2.5 years from now before it's moving. A person can go to the old or the new. Are you okay with that, given you're seeing that you're not getting what that'll be all those applications between now and then will be potentially be based on the old system, and I think we're trying to do this to move the needle on getting the public benefits we want. I know there should probably not be an opt-in period, but in just throwing out, should it be 6 to 12 months, or should it be whatever, or there should be, or because once this goes to council, I mean, it is, I would think something's going to get approved, and so I think that people will be looking at it, saying, where do I want to fit in? So I just wanted to, before we made it fun of, whether it still is 12 to 18 months, that we sort of think through that a little bit. So I just wanted to see what, based on my comment and based on what the board's thinking on that.
Yeah, we're happy to get direction. The one thing I would just add is that we would require all new master plans to follow the new system. So project plans that are underway right now, like the University Boulevard plan or any other plan that comes to you after the passing of the ZTA, they would not have the same flexibility, at least how we are recommending. So there's that, but we are happy to take direction from
No,
the
I just
board on
wanted
this
to
topic.
put that out there. I wanted to get some, I know there needs to be an opt-in period because some are in the pipeline right now or they're,
Yeah.
this is new. So just your thoughts, please.
I think, yeah, I think I generally agree that faster is better. We, you know, to your point, it's tricky. We don't want to leave people out in the cold in terms of they've done all this work and then now they have to go back to the well and it delays a lot of things and it costs them more money. I'm hopeful that this public process of the update, you know, it's a year between, given the timeline you laid out, it's a year between now and hopefully when council approves and then we work on implementation guidelines. And so from this point, you know, it's a year of maybe proactive engagement with folks to like familiarize themselves with what's coming down the pike. It's probably, you know, knock on wood, it wouldn't change too dramatic, but we, you know, the general framework and kind of where it's moving so they can start, if they haven't already submitted sketch or preliminary, they can kind of get their ducks in a row and be more prepared like a year from now and beyond that. So I like the idea of some opt-in period. I think your point makes sense that given those who have done a lot of work but they haven't submitted, I mean, certainly for those who have submitted, that's clear. But it, you know, for those who haven't, the open question, and I don't know exactly what the right time frame is, but I do think that we have a chance to, given the amount of time between, again, like now and when it's fully adopted and implemented, there's a chance to kind of help people through the bumps and do some of that prep work, so we're kind of can speed along the process.
I would add that knowing our staff and the consultants, they will be evaluating both scenarios to see what is best for them.
Yeah.
So, and we would probably keep track of that as well, in terms of if the FAR approach works better or if this one does. But the 12 to 18 month period, I think, as Mr. Sharma pointed out, it is critical for the applicants and all of their teams that have spent a lot of money designing something. It usually takes a year before they're actually submitting anything to us. So we don't want to rock the boat too much, but within that time frame, whether it's 12 or 18 months, there definitely needs to be a period of time where they can opt in.
Yeah. I just echo everything that Commissioner Linden said. Is I think a shorter one of the benefits, or we assume benefits, is this makes it simpler and easier for them to sort of buy the FAR they need for the project that they want. And so hopefully if we've designed that appropriately, then we should see a lot of opt-in. And if we're getting to the end of our 12-month period or 19-month period and we're not seeing a lot of opt-in, then this might be a drawing board situation. But like, you know, given what we've got and given the distance, and like you said, I think, you know, this will probably prompt them to run the numbers on both and how to do it. And I think, you know, I don't see a reason that economically this wouldn't shift a lot of people over to this method, to this FAR method. And so I think that we could probably assume a short-ish opt-in period for allowing that transition. If you're far along the process, cool, no big deal. But if you're not, and you haven't, like you said, haven't sort of implemented those sketch or preliminary and site plan yet, this might give you an options to do that, to provide something different. Or if you're already, like, you know, we went over a couple of situations in which someone might have been a 4 or put it in a tier 3 but didn't get, that was capped on their public benefits for it. So it might put some people back to the drawing board. So I think shorter on the shorter end for the opt-in period, and hopefully we would see that shift occurring over that period.
So the recommendation is to keep it 12 to 18 and let the market do what the market's going to do.
Yeah, I think we've got a goal to make this easier for them if we've done what we wanted to do and gotten, you know, certain designated benefits. We should see that movement happening, I think. And I think, like you said, with the learning curve and sort of encouraging people, have you looked at it this way? You're wanting, you know, 1.75 FAR, and you can get it in a variety of ways, and you're already doing 1.5 of it. You know, have you considered this?
I guess if we have done our job right, we shouldn't see that many people up to the old method,
Yeah.
and they come to the new method. That's the hope is.
Okay, so and I love your comments. I think it should be specific, though, 12 to 18 months, it should be 12 months or 18 months?
I would go to the shorter side on 12.
Okay.
That's my personal.
Okay, okay.
May I make one suggestion that might help a little bit? And sorry, this is just coming to me, but so at sketch plan, the board approves the public benefits right now, the categories, not necessarily the points that are associated with them, but you're on track to meet those public benefit points. During the opt-in period, it might be something to consider as another bullet that when they submit for site plan, they can make the change if they so desire to go from either sticking with the point system or going with the FAR base, because we are allowed, and the board's allowed, to make the change between sketch and site. You can make that change, and you can change public benefits with the site plan and the categories as well. So maybe that's another, within this opt-in period, that's another option that maybe we could allow. Yeah, and they can go both directions. No, it's just to site. But.
So why don't you put
But
that
they would
word,
be amending their
what
sketch.
specific wording, Mr. Cronenberg? What would you?
So the recommendation would be two things. One, it would be a 12-month opt-in period after the ZTA passes, allowing new developments to choose between the existing and updated policies. During the opt-in period, projects that have already filed sketch plans but don't have approved site plans may transition from the old menu to the updated menu. Something
Yeah, I think that
along-
works.
Okay.
Something along
What a
those-
tool set. Okay, that's good.
Okay, I should write this down.
All right. Yeah, that's it. So someone has.
It's gonna be on YouTube.
Okay, which it's recorded, so.
Yeah,
in our-
we'll make sure it's verbatim.
In our
there,
council will make
as
sure
discussed.
that it works. Okay. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think that covers all our recommendations and points of discussion. So if the board feels like we have sufficiently discussed and amended these, we would request that the board approve the transmittal of these recommendations as amended through the working sessions for the county council's consideration.
Yeah, one last question here.
Yep.
So when you come back to, did it say we would assess every 5 years, or will it be updated every 5 years? What is it?
It says we will review every 5 years.
Okay.
And if something needs to be updated, we would update it. But
Okay.
if nothing needs to be updated, then we wouldn't do an update. So,
So is that so by the end of 5 years, you will review it,
Mhm.
right? And then therefore, if there need to be changes, you will take the time to change it. And that change could also end up needing updating a ZTA or whatever.
Mhm.
So technically, it could take, from the time, it could take 6 or 7 years, really, just to put a new plan in place, right?
Yeah.
If needed be.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the implementation strategy or implementation plan could change in between, does it? If
yeah, the
something needs
guidelines,
to be
yes.
changed.
Those
The
could
guidelines.
change.
Yeah.
If there was something, let's say something happened that would change the criteria that we would look at a specific public benefit from, we could change the implementation guidelines by bringing them to the board.
Okay, great.
In the interim as well.
Perfect. All right,
Yeah.
so continue with your recommendation that we need to vote.
So, yeah, our request is to, that the board approve the transmittal of these recommendations as amended through the working sessions for the county council's consideration.
Okay. Is there a request for the board to, for staff to, for us to approve the transmittal of these recommendations as amended through the working sessions for the county council's consideration?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the recommendations and transmit them as amended to the working sessions of the county council. I think this is great work, by the way. Thank you very much.
And I second it.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Yep, it's great work. We appreciate you updating this and thinking outside of the box to make sure that it conforms to what we really want as public benefit points. So thank you so much. So if
Thank
there are
you.
no other questions, comments, or anything, agenda items, this ends our board meeting for today. Thank you.